That's great.
Yeah.
So it'll go away with time?
That's all right.
About a week it usually takes, yeah, as long as I behave, so.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
The hour of 6:30 has arrived. I will call to order this regular meeting of the Keene Zoning Board of Adjustment. This meeting is being broadcast live on the City of Keene YouTube channel and the city website. The video is also posted on the city website by the end of the next business day, barring technical difficulties. Anyone wishing to view a copy of the agenda and supporting materials will find it on the city website. To receive electronic copies of future agenda packets, please go to the homepage and subscribe to the city meeting email list. The public and other board members will be recognized to ask questions and make comments on the agenda item under discussion. After being recognized, please make all remarks through the chair. Anyone who wishes to address the board is asked to go to one of the microphones in the room and identify themselves by name and address prior to speaking. As a reminder, the minute taker is participating remotely this evening. Board members, please be sure to turn on your microphone when speaking. If the minute taker is unable to hear you, they will ask that you speak louder or turn your microphone on. All right, that's the introductory material. So I'll begin with Mr. Clough for the introduction of the board members.
Richard Clough.
Edward Guyot.
Jane Taylor?
And Joe Hoppick. We're missing one member so far, but we'll see if he comes in late. So, we'll take the minutes of the March 4th meeting for review and discussion. That's April 1st. Attorney Taylor tells me she has no comments on the minutes. I don't either, except I can't find it in the April 1 minutes are very long. Does anybody want to make a motion to approve the March 4 minutes? Yes.
I move that we adopt and approve the April 1st meeting minutes as presented.
April 1st.
Didn't I say April 1st?
You did, okay. I thought we were
Okay.
doing March 4th. But we'll do April 1st. All those in favor? April 1st minutes are approved, 4-0. Oh,
I'll second it.
he seconded it. We just didn't hear him. All right. Do we have any unfinished business?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. At this point, we have a number of cases on tonight, so I'm just going to try to get right into it. We'll move along as best we can. First case will be Z.B.A. 2024-06. And Mr. Hagan, you may have the floor.
Mr. Chair, first, just housekeeping. Do you want to see if the applicants want to proceed with a four-member board at this time?
Okay, we do have I would invite the applicants to have a seat at the chair, or the table right there, if you don't mind.
But just a moment. I did just try to get a hold of David, and I wasn't able to get a hold of him. I have not heard either way from him earlier or prior to the meeting that he wasn't able to make it. So I'm not sure what's going on.
We all anticipated a five-member board, right?
We
I-
have been anticipating a five-member
Yeah, I
board,
didn't hear
yes.
anything to the contrary, so I would invite the applicant to come up and speak to the question of whether it wants to proceed in light of the fact that you're entitled to a five-member board, and we only have, unfortunately, a four-member board. Please have a
Good
seat.
evening.
Good evening, thank you.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Yes, my name is Ariane Ice. I'm with Ice Legal, and I represent G2 Holdings LLC.
Yep.
I've conferred with my client, and we are willing to proceed tonight without the full quorum.
Okay, perfect. So
Okay, thank you.
before we get back to you, you might not want to leave that chair.
Did you say I might want to?
You might not want to.
Oh, okay.
You're first in line tonight. Let's get to the right one. Mr. Hagan, you want to give us an introduction to this? I don't know, I'll sort of leave it to your discretion. There's a lot of applications on the same property. If you want to give us a bigger picture or a case-specific one, I'll leave it up to you.
Sure, Mr. Chair. I guess the first one on the agenda, which I just got to pull that and pack it up. These were all continued from last month. Z.B.A. 2406 is for the allowable use to have multiple principal uses on one property. And then to allow for multiple, the next one for 2407 is to allow for a three-family where a single family is only allowed in the rural zone. Z.B.A. 2408 is for a variance for the scale house and accessory uses that go along with that scale house. Z.B.A. 2409 is for the use of and the renovation. 2410 is for the accessory storage, and 2411 is for the retail. I'm sorry, I'm skipping ahead
The
here.
agricultural retail store.
Correct. 09 is for the agricultural retail store. 10 is for the setback, having accessory structure in the setback where 50 feet are required. And 2411 is for the variance for the rear setback of 19.1 feet where 50 feet are required.
Isn't 11 another applicant, though?
I'm sorry, it is. I apologize.
I was like, I don't know this.
Gosh, I'm
that's what
skipping
you-
all the way ahead here.
You just
All
made me
right.
panic there.
You threw me off with the, normally you read them all, so I was trying to improvise there. I apologize. So normally I would go into a little bit of history on the property before you present your case. This particular property has a long, lengthy history with a lot of decisions made by the Z.B.A., so bear with me. I'm going to try and do them in chronological order. Starting off with the history of the property, 1974, it was Palmer Lodge on February 25th, 1974, requested a special exception. It was for a multi-use campground. I don't have the Z.B.A. number for it. In 74, it just wasn't on the paperwork, but it did identify that there was an approval for that special exception. In 1979, there was a Hebrew Masonic Center, received a variance on April 14th, Z.B.A. 79-38, for a church and conference center. In 1985, it became Whispering Pines and the Mountain Lodge. They received a special exception and a variance. On December 12th, 1985, two Z.B.A. cases were Z.B.A. 84-52 and 8452, and then they went back later on in 89 and received a, so the first one was a special exception, the second one was for the variance in 89, 8952 for the variance. It altered some of the allowed uses on the property to include a hospital, clinic, detoxification facility, and a lodging house. And then most recent was in 1999 with Otterbrook Community Center, and that was on January 8th, 1999. There were no variances needed for that, but I just wanted to kind of get everybody up to date with what the last use was for that property. So it is zoned rural. It sits on 24.38 acres. There are currently, or what's listed as 14 buildings on the property. Tonight you can see that they're looking to make some alterations to that.
Okay, any questions about what we just heard? All right, very good. Anything? No? Yes.
I didn't check, but I noticed in the application, they are proposing to increase the impervious surface. I don't know what the proportion is in that zone for this size property. Is that an issue at all?
I can look into it. At my first glance, it didn't come to the surface. There's a lot of paved, or not paved, but impervious coverage for trails that they will be removing, or roads that they'll be removing to, I think they're removing 3 of the loops to reduce that. So I can take a look at that for you. It didn't pop right out at me for, they have a lot of land to be able to cover the use that they're proposing.
Thank you.
Anything further from anybody else? If not, I'll read the notice. This is Z.B.A. 2024-06, petitioner Ariane Ice of Ice Legal, 6586 Epalutzo Road, did I get that right?
Yes.
Suite 350, Lake Worth, Florida, request a variance for property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000, in the rural district and owned by G2 Holdings of 25 North Street, Jaffrey. Petitioner requests a variance to permit a mix of commercial and residential uses on a single 24.3 acre tract per Article 8.1.3 of the zoning regulations.
Thank
The
you.
floor is yours.
If the chairman would allow, I'd like to turn it over to the engineering team to give an overview of the property itself and how it all fits together, and then I can go through the variance criteria with
That
you
sounds
for
fine.
each
Thank
application.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Daigneault with Granite Engineering. I have with me tonight Ariane Ice from Ice Legal, Jeff Merritt from Granite Engineering, Cody Gordon, the applicant, and a couple representatives from Habitat for Humanity. What we have for the board this evening is a project that will revitalize the property at 21 Route 9. If you all received like 3 plan sheets, correct? Like, I think there was 3 submitted in the application. If you flip to sheet 2, this was basically an existing conditions survey of the subject property. The project is located, as stated, at 21 Route 9. It's owned by G2 Holdings LLC, and it's referenced as tax map 215, Lot 8. The parcel is actually 23.09 acres. I believe at the time when we submitted, there was a discrepancy that it was an issue with the town line. So that town line had been, during the latest survey, which is included in your package, it has the new area of 23.09. So there was just an adjustment in that one property line. And the client owns both pieces. Okay, yep, I see what you're looking at. So it would be the second sheet.
Yeah, I'm confused because I don't believe we have all the information you're referring to, or maybe.
Okay.
Is the name of the plan Z.B.A. site plan?
It looks to be on page,
51 of 95?
yes, 51 of 95. Page
Because-
51 of 95 on your agenda packet.
Because the applicant had referenced 3 plans. I only have 2, and I don't have, what was the other report?
There should be 3 sheets. The first one was the first 2 were survey plans. The first one was a survey of land for G2 Holdings LLC. I believe that's the one that Mike just had on the
Looks like
screen.
this one page is two-sided.
Right, but there are only 2. You said there were 3?
Here's the other one.
Where's the other one?
The third one would be the
That's the other applicant.
Z.B.A. site plan. Kind of
Okay,
shows,
the Z.B.A. site plan, and we've got a survey.
yeah, 2 surveys.
That was from last, no, this is what we have this,
This is one survey?
right, and then we have the site plan. That was from last month's application.
I have the same thing.
Yeah,
What are we
this
missing?
is from last month.
It's, this same plan just zoomed into this portion right here.
Okay, and you had also referenced a report?
Report? No report.
Oh,
No.
I thought you had referenced something besides the maps.
No. We can work off just the 2 sheets that you have.
Okay, go ahead.
So that overview, that sheet 1, or the one that shows the entire parcel in relationship to the other parcels. The property to the south is Granite Gorge, and the applicant owns the 3 abutting parcels. So that was just kind of a description. Lot 7 to the west, so tax map 215 lot 7, was permitted with a special exception for a gravel pit in August of 2022. The applicant is currently in the process of permitting that expansion of that pit. So we have been in conversation with the city. And that gravel pit has its access further down to on the west on Route 9. Just kind of gives you an overlay of how those properties are situated. As Mike had stated, and it sounds like he knows a little bit more about the property than I do, the property back in 1940 was the Palmer Lodge. We had referenced some septic plans back to 1971. The site consisted of a main lodge, a couple motels, a rec building, and several cabins. The property was used as a messianic center during the late 70s, and was last used as the drug rehabilitation center and juvenile detention center. I thought it was known as Seafield Pines facility. So when they owned that property, they converted the existing lodge to office space. So that is kind of, there's going to be some reference to that office space going forward. And then the property has been vacant for nearly the last 20 years. I don't know if anybody's familiar with the site, has driven by it, but it's kind of an eyesore. And it's fallen into disrepair. And then one other piece of information is the applicant purchased the property in 2022. If you flip to the site plan sheet, which shows kind of our proposal, that would be the Z.B.A. site plan. The proposal is a change of use and revitalization of the property. The project would consist of renovating 2 of the buildings on the property and removing the rest. The first building that would get renovated would be what I've referred to earlier as the existing office building. That structure would be converted to an agricultural retail store or retail center. The retail center would consist of 32 parking spaces, an outdoor display area, and an outdoor material bays. So an area for people to come in and pick up, loam, gravel to fix their driveways, whatever. All the other on-site structures will be removed, including a majority of the parking area out behind the proposed supply store, including the little driveways, and Jeff's kind of pointing to the areas where that stuff will be removed. So this will really clean up the property. That's the intent. The second building that will be renovated is the building all the way up in the northwest portion of the site. This was formerly used as housing. It was housing, is what I remember, or what I've been told, is it was like 10 bedrooms. They all had a common kitchen and bathroom facilities. So the intent with that is to convert that into a 3-unit multifamily building. And the purpose of that is primarily to hopefully serve the employees. It'll be employee housing of either, the retail store or the gravel pit that's adjacent. But the objective of that is to convert it to a 3-unit multifamily, each having their own, kitchens and, so, let's see. In that area of that existing commercial building where we're going to convert that, we're going to use the existing pavement out there. We'll have enough for 6 parking spaces and a dumpster. So that'll meet the parking requirements. And just to kind of let you know, this site has 2 entrances off Route 9. The plan with the proposal is to utilize the existing entrances. Obviously, we'll have, go to DOT permitting for those. The driveway to the east, the west, looking at the plan, the far left one will be primarily used for the supply store and the access to the multifamily building. And a majority of that existing driveway that's out there today will be reused. So, and then the driveway on the right, that will be used for the trucks that are going to be checking in at the scale house. There's going to be a scale to, so the applicant can measure his materials and basically quantify everything that's, that he's selling from the supply store, because he'll be able to weigh there and then put his materials in the outdoor storage area and know exactly, what he's selling quantity-wise. So there'll be a scale house and a scale, one of those at-grade gravel scales. Let's see. There's a lot going on. I hope I get it all. But I think the last thing to talk about is the large existing paved area on the far right. We need a variance for outdoor storage within the setback. And if you look at the plan, the existing paved area is pretty much entirely in the existing setback. But what the applicant would like to do is, he currently has 2 storage containers that he lets Habitat for Humanity use, and they store their equipment in there and furniture and whatever. I mean, they may be able to speak to that better, of what actually they store in there. But and then the intent is to place that on that parking area and kind of give them their own spot where they can store their materials. In summary, the project will work in conjunction with his permitted gravel pit on his lot next door. Material generated at that pit will be sold at the retail center. With his current gravel pit, the pit has 1 access point. So customers looking to come in and just pick up a couple yards of stone or loam, they have to use the same access as the gravel trucks, and they're in that whole pit area. So by having a designated spot on this lot for that, it'll segregate it and it'll make it safer. People will they'll be able to come in, they'll be able to stop at the retail store, pay for their materials, and the access that we show can be used for, the trucks. Let's see. So, once again, we need the following variances. We need the multiple principal uses variance. We need the multifamily variance. We need the commercial for the scale house. We need the commercial use in the rural zone for the agricultural retail store. And we need the accessory storage within the side setback. So if you have any questions, technical questions or specific questions about what's happening with the site and where things are, I'm happy to answer them. And if not, I can hand it off to Ariane to discuss the variance criteria.
Are there any questions from the members about what you just heard? Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, you're right, it is a lot. And I may not get all my questions at once.
Okay.
First of all, I didn't understand that there was supposed to be any retail sales at the gravel pit, so I was kind of surprised to hear that. At least that, I was on the zoning board when that was presented to us, and retail wasn't a part of it.
I can, respond to it if you'd like.
So I just sort of mentioned that to Mr. Hagan to follow up on too.
I can respond to that if you'd like. We see this as a separate project from the gravel pit. It's a standalone.
Oh, right. Yeah.
There's only one of the 5 that has, part of it is an accessory use to the gravel pit, but it's only a portion of one of the 5 variances. The rest of them, including the agricultural retail stores, an independent use on this parcel, the only, there's some connection because of what he's doing there, but it's separate application, and it would stand alone.
Right, I was just expressing my surprise at hearing that there was retail transactions at the gravel pit, because that wasn't our understanding when we
I guess I'm saying
awarded the
it's not
special
going to be at
exception.
the gravel
So
pit.
that's a whole separate issue. On this, I guess, could you explain something about what you're planning for the internal movement on the site? Because there are a lot of lines here, and I'm not an engineer. And the other part of that question is how, with only one access point to the gravel pit, how the materials get from the gravel pit over to the storage areas or wherever you're going to store them on this site.
Sure. I'll try my best. So as you're looking at the site plan, the major entrance, or the entrance to the left, that will be strictly for the retail, for the supply store, and for the access for the people in the multifamily unit building. So they'll come in, and as you can see, if they head due north, or straight up the plan, they'll use that existing road there, that driveway that's there, and then they will connect into the parking lot that's currently up there. Does that make sense? Can you?
Yeah, now where do they go if they go in that entrance to get up to the residential building?
Yep, yeah, well, you see where there's the text that says, well, or maybe I could show you on the plan. Would it be easier if I showed you on the big plan?
I don't have my binoculars,
Okay.
so I can look at the plan.
I apologize. If you wouldn't mind looking at the screen, I do have a laser pointer. I'll see if I can get it larger. I believe I can understand what he's explaining.
You can try, but. You know, I understand where
Yep.
they come in.
And then they would come, yeah. You see that existing drive that's on there?
Okay.
Okay, yeah, maybe Jeff can,
I'm sorry,
it's fine. It's a long ways away.
but it's,
Yeah,
okay.
So this is this.
So then it loops around the left. Okay. Yeah, it was that connection doesn't show real well.
It's real light right
Yeah.
there. See that one right there?
Yeah, thank you.
It's faded.
Sorry about that. So then the materials from the gravel pit will come in and out where it says near the top, proposed access to adjacent gravel pit?
Exactly. They will come down, they will use that one exclusively to go through the scale house and through the scale and get weighed. And then they will come straight out onto Route 9 and leave. That'll be the entrance in and out for them.
Okay, so that'll be kind of like one lane, one way, excuse me.
Yeah, it'll be a haul road and it will be, you know, strictly for trucks. And not only that, anything that's gonna be stored in the outdoor material bays or brought down will be placed there using that same access. Customers that wanna come to the store and use, purchase anything inside the building, or if they want to purchase anything within those material bins, will use the same entrance I just mentioned on the left. They'll come in and they'll access that way. So it's segregated. It's totally, you know, the retail side from the gravel operation.
Can I ask another question? Sure. Yeah, on the proposed outdoor storage, when I drove by there, it looked like those are, you know, like those rental boxes that are movable. So if you were to get a variance for outdoor storage, am I correct in thinking that you could, you know, replace those two trailers with other trailers in that site owned by other people? Yeah.
If I may answer that question, we're currently working, the city of Keene is currently working on a definition of these, what we're calling mobile storage trailers or mobile storage boxes. There's so many different types with the U-box, the My-box, there's so many different types with the connexes. So we're trying to get an overall definition. I can tell you that with this application, if you were to allow for these to go here, they would need a permit as a permanent structure, as a permanent accessory structure, and would need to comply with the requirements for that.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question to that? So the permanent, like, so
Wait a minute. Yeah, this has just been the board and the applicant at the moment.
And this is actually.
I'm the owner.
This is the owner of
Okay.
G2 Holdings LLC.
Just hold that thought then,
Okay, no problem.
because I believe Attorney Ice now wants the floor to go with the 5 criteria.
Okay. And then
I think
we'll
that's where we
address
are right
that.
now.
All right.
Oh.
Sure, yes, of course.
Jane, if you look on page 21, it shows on the top right-hand corner the lot coverage. It has the impervious max as 20%, and they identify as existing
I have no idea where you are.
on page 51 of your packet. Yep, 51 of your packet. Top right-hand corner, the allowable lot coverage, impervious coverage is 20%. Currently, they have 8.96%, and they're proposing 11.09%.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to start with the multi-use application. There's a lot of crossover, but I think for the record, it's best that each application stands on its own, so unless you advise me otherwise, I'm going to put in each application's information separately. I'll do it quickly. Try to cut corners where I can. So we've heard a lot about the background, so I'm going to kind of skip over that and just jump right into the 5 criteria. And the first one, you know, this is for a mix of commercial and residential uses, primary uses on the single track. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. The first step in analyzing whether granting a variance would be contrary to the public interest or interest to the public rights of others is to examine the zoning ordinance. The pathways to determine whether a variance will violate a zoning ordinance's basic zoning objectives are to determine and to examine whether the variance would alter the essential character of the neighborhood and whether the variance would threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. Abutting this property is the 86-acre gravel pit operation to the west that's owned and operated by G2 Holdings. The applicant here, as well as a 102-acre forested area owned by the same applicant in Sullivan to the north. I think it's worth noting, I don't think it's been discussed, that this is a very unique parcel. It abuts Sullivan, Roxbury, it's in Keene. Directly across the road, across State Road 9 to the south is Granite Gorge, which is in Roxbury, which is a 141-acre ski area. Much of the area beyond these immediate neighbors is forested and undeveloped, but it also contains a smattering of single-family residences. As we will discuss, in other applications, neither use is inconsistent with the essential character of the neighborhood. Given that the tract is now 12 times the minimum lot size for this rural district, which is now 2 acres, and that the distance between the commercial, the proposed commercial site and the residential site that we've talked about is significantly more than a length of a football field, the fact that these are multiple uses on the tract will not be readily apparent. Additionally, this variance would not threaten public health, safety, or welfare, given the wide separation of the two uses. The allowance of these uses on a single tract would not present any additional public hazards. To the extent this project contemplates the removal and renovation of derelict structures, it'll improve the safety of the public in that area. Kind of hand in hand with that first variance criteria is whether the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. Here, the rural district is intended to provide for areas of very low density development, predominantly of a residential or agricultural nature. The rural district allows both commercial and residential uses. The specific commercial and residential uses here are very close to permitted uses. You've got the agricultural retail store, which we'll talk in more detail for the agricultural retail application, but that is really, we're looking for a use that's an extension of a permitted use for greenhouses and nurseries. And then you have the 3-family dwelling, which under the conservation, let's forget your exact title of it, your conservation rules, where it allows for more conservation land and then a tighter density of housing. It would allow, if we were applying under that, for a 3-family home. So we believe it meets the spirit of the ordinance here. Allowance of both uses are going to promote current goals of increasing the housing supply as well. For example, a current New Hampshire House bill seeks as one part of a many-faceted approach to resolve the housing shortage to allow the use of new or rehabilitated housing units in a commercial zone. Here, the mixed use would be in a residential zone, but the effect would be to equally support the purposes of these recent changes in the Land Development Code designed here to increase housing. Obviously, that's something Keene's been looking at and the city's been looking at for a while. I understand you might even be looking at the 2-acre number and even moving that downward at some time. So we feel like for that criteria, it certainly is going to meet the spirit. Number 3, the granting of the variance would do substantial justice. In the case Malachi Glenn Associates versus the town of Chichester, it talked about the only guiding rule on this factor about substantial justice is that any loss to the individual that's not outweighed by a gain to the general public is an injustice. We will look at whether the proposed development is consistent with the area's present use. As discussed, both the proposed uses are consistent, not only with the permitted use, but with the actual uses of the surrounding properties. Furthermore, both proposed uses are much closer to the permitted uses and the neighboring uses than its previous uses, like a juvenile detention center. This is, really both the housing, well, housing speaks for itself, a three-family independent dwelling for three families to live there, and then you have an agricultural retail center, which fits nicely into the agricultural district. In Harrington versus Town of Warner, the New Hampshire Supreme Court concluded that an applicant who sought to expand a manufactured housing park showed substantial justice would be done in granting the variance because it would improve a dilapidated area of town and provide affordable housing in the area. Here, this project would renovate already existing dilapidated buildings for residential commercial uses, thereby improving the overall tract by removing the derelict structures and additionally allowing residences on the same parcel as a commercial establishment would help increase the supply of affordable housing in the area. As to the criteria of whether surrounding property values would be diminished or not, they would not be diminished. The derelict structures on the property are certainly an eyesore. Renovating and removing these would cause the values of the surrounding properties to increase rather than decrease. All residential and recreational uses are sufficiently distant from the subject property to be affected. And unnecessary hardship. The public purpose of the ordinance, again, is to maintain separation of different uses for aesthetic and safety reasons is met. That's the purpose of not having these multiple uses on one. Each of these uses involves the rehabilitation of the existing buildings. This makes it a very unique property. So accordingly, the restriction as applied to this property does not serve the public purpose in a fair and substantial way. The special conditions of the property, cause the proposed use to be reasonable, and the use does not alter the existing character of the neighborhood. Again, we're gonna talk about this over and over, this special condition of, this isn't a very rural area yet, it's got 14 structures on it. It's very unique. It's appropriate to consider existing buildings as special conditions on property. That was stated in the case Harborside versus Parade Residence Hotel, which cited a case that was from the city of Keene, Farrar versus City of Keene, where they talked about variance sought to convert a large historical single-use residence to mixed use of two residences in an office space. The size of the residence was relevant to determining whether the property is unique in its environment. Here, the existing buildings make the property different in a meaningful way from other properties in the area, and therefore it is burdened more severely by the zoning restriction. Denial of this variance may restrict any feasible use of the building, resulting in further deterioration of the structures on the site. Another special condition of the property is that it's always had some element of mixed and residential and commercial use. We heard a little bit of that from Mr. Hagan and also hear from the engineers. The allowance of the variance for the mixed use does not bring the property further out of conformance with zoning and standards. Instead, the overall project will bring the property closer to compliance with modern standards. Is the proposed use a reasonable one? It is. The proposed uses are very similar to the permitted uses. I've touched on this already, and meet the intent of the ordinance and recent changes to encourage an increase in the housing supply. Here, the applicant only needs to show that the proposed multiple use is a reasonable one. Given its special conditions, we believe, as discussed above, the buildings make the use a reasonable one. And that covers the 5 criteria for the multi-use. So we can stop here, I guess, and if you have any
Do
questions.
any of the members have any questions? I have one while others are thinking about it. How are you gonna, what about the traffic and the trucks hauling the gravel from the pit to this site? How is that gonna be regulated, and how heavy will they be?
Thank you.
I could speak to that.
Well, come on up, and why don't you have a seat at the table?
I can, sure.
Can you walk up here? He has a
Dribble, drag,
little
dribble.
injury going on. Here, you
I'll
can
use
take
this
my
as,
seat.
Just state your name for the record, so we have that on the record, if you don't mind.
Oh, you get to sit in the middle?
Sure.
Oh,
And you-
boy.
I don't know if you heard him, just please state your name for the record.
Cody Gordon, owner of the property.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so asking about how to get trucks from gravel pit.
Traffic management on the site is really the broader question, right?
Right, yep, so basically the three-family that would go up above kind of have their own, let's say, private road, so to speak, kind of cutting up through the center of the property. And so they wouldn't really be impacted by the trucks going up on the truck road, let's say, to the back of the pit. And the people that'll be in that house, they'll basically be my employees that will be at work during the day type of a thing, so nobody would really be there. So basically you come off of the driveway for the commercial end of things, you go up through my scale house and scale, you drive up the hill out into the gravel pit. And then you would come down that way. So more of that is going to be for commercial vehicles, right? Bigger dump trucks, big landscape guys, things like that. All the, let's say, happy homeowners type people, they would stay down bottom here to not congest the road going up to the pit while bigger trucks are on it.
Will the public be able to get in and out of there on that road?
Yes, they will. Yep. So I mean, we have an approved road going up to my actual gravel pit that we have now. And that's, you know, people are going up and down from that. The commercial thing will basically be over a certain yardage or a certain size truck. They would be going back up into the pit versus staying down here. But that's kind of separate. The gravel pit expansion and all that stuff kind of separate from this that will be coming back for.
Okay. Yes.
Ed Guyot, question on the access road to the existing pit. Is that going to be abandoned and replaced by this new road?
No, I would still keep it. Not really exactly sure. I would like to keep it just for emergency access because it's not ideal to just have one access up there. It'd be safer, you know, to have two going down the road. So basically, we would try to, the main access would be over this scale, just for efficiency for us when we try, you know, when we move product down to here or moving it off. You lose 10 to 15% when we're just loading it with a loader into the back of the truck and they're taking it away versus paying by weight, right? So when we pay by weight, then there's no complaints, right? Everybody, homeowner or whoever's getting their same amount, I'm getting paid for what I sell. So this would be kind of the main entrance. It might be that my employees that work up there maybe would use the other road, that sort of a thing, but I would still definitely keep both of them going.
So is that the reason for having the scale on this property versus the current property with the gravel pit?
This is kind of set up better, or would be set up better if we get all these variances. Only because I'd have like a staff person there that's in the scale house that then could come out, load the person that shows up with a pickup truck to load a load of loam or something like that. Then he could go over to the scale house, scale a truck in, go up. So it's kind of, it would be better versed and work out better there because I have power here, you know, I'd have water, all that type of stuff versus up in the pit where we don't have power and things like that.
So it's to serve not only the commercial gravel traffic, but also the retail gravel traffic?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
Do I get to go back now?
You can.
Cool. Thanks.
You all set? I see no other questions from the board. How about if we entertain any public comments in opposition to this proposal? Seeing none? Oh, no, let's take them one at a time. Yeah, this is too many. Any comments from the public in support? We have neither support nor opposition tonight. All right.
Oh, they're saying they would like to support. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see a hand. Oh. Come on up to the mic.
Yep.
Just state your name and where you're from.
Yeah, my name is Venkat Sadasivan. I go by Vinny. I reside in Keene at 28 Concord Hill Drive.
Okay, thank you.
I'm board member of Habitat for Humanity local affiliate since November of 2017. And I'm also the treasurer of the local Habitat. Our board and our group of volunteers all support this project very much because our long-term plan, if all these variants and all these things get approved, currently we are the guys having those 2 containers stored in that property, and we use it basically for any donations we receive on building materials. And if we can use them, we use them. If not, we sell them through our website. So our long-term plan there is to actually start a restore. And the restore is basically recycle and reuse. And most habitats that are successful have a very good restore operation. So our long-term goal in 2 to 3 years from now, hopefully if everything works well, we want to start a restore operation and be a successful habitat in the Monadnock region. And we do build affordable workforce housing
Yes,
in the
good.
region. So from our side, the board, our volunteer community, a huge support for Gordon and his team to get this done, so.
Thank you, okay. Any other comments from the public? Okay. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, if I could just ask you a question, when you say your long-term plan is for a restore, at this site or somewhere else?
No, somewhere in this side. We have had some high-level discussions with Mr. Gordon over there. And I think our plan is to have something more permanent than a container.
But I mean here or on this site or somewhere else?
Hopefully, yeah, somewhere here, whether or not we haven't quite figured out exactly where somewhere on this 25-acre piece
Yeah.
or somewhere just above it, we're in Sullivan, we're not really quite sure, but hope or Roxbury piece that we own, somewhere in this close location is the point.
I would say that's aspirational. It's not really part of today's application,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I was
something.
going to add that that's not part of the application tonight, so
Yeah.
we're not deciding that. Anything else from anybody else?
Yeah.
If there's no further comments from the public, does the applicant wish to add anything more?
Not, I think we're all set on this
Okay.
application. Thank you.
Then what I can do, if there's no objection, is to close the public hearing on this and we can deliberate it. We feel like we have enough information. I think we do. Well, I'll start if nobody else wants to chime in. We have a property here which has been sitting out there. I haven't seen any activity there in 20-plus years. I drive by it all the time. And I do remember when it was a juvenile detention center, barely, but those buildings are falling down. And this project seeks to correct that, and I think that's a huge public interest to consider. If those properties were located downtown, they would be occupied with who knows what. And I'm surprised that there's not trouble out there already. So this is a chance to get rid of dilapidated property and restore it, and that's what these people propose to do. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, well, I respectfully disagree in that it may have had many variances and special exceptions in the past, but we have to take this as new because those are in this bucket. This is a new bucket. My concern is the purpose of the ordinance as it's written and as was mentioned, talks about low-density development, predominantly residential or agricultural. I see, frankly, this as not being in the public interest because I don't think it's going to be any closer to what the purpose of this particular zoning district is, and I think that it will not be advantageous to the public health, safety, or welfare.
In terms of altering the essential character of the neighborhood, it is to a degree serving a neighboring property owned by the same owner, but I don't see the trucks, they have trucks going in and out of the gravel pit anyway. This project may shift that volume to the next property over when material's weighed and transported out. The map shows us that it has a separate entrance, or exit rather, onto Route 9. And I don't see any, we didn't hear anything about traffic, but I don't see anything that would really impact traffic in that area because it's not usually congested in that area and it's not heavy except in the morning and at night, at the end of the workday. But I see this as a public advantage in not altering the character of the neighborhood, largely due to the size of the lot and 25, I'm going to just round it up, it's 25 acres, and it's spread out over a wide area. And I think they have done, given the size of the lot, a very good job of making that separation. And as the applicant noted earlier, the other abutters, there's forested land to the north, and if I get the directions wrong, I apologize. To the west is the gravel pit, and smattered around the area are various residential houses. I know if you go up Route 9 a little bit more north, you'll see a few single-family residences along the road. But I think they're just too far away to have, to be impacted by this. And the gravel operation will be largely retail, from what I'm hearing. And I guess an agricultural center is more like a garden store with loam being sold and other landscaping materials. I just don't see how that's going to create a heavy use on the property that would impact quality of life in that area. Yes.
Well, I'll try not to debate you too much.
Okay.
But, you know, I disagree because when we approved the special exception on the gravel pit, it was to be for commercial use. This is a tremendous expansion of use for commercial retail. It's going to be extremely visible, and I'm not saying that what's there now is particularly beautiful, but it's still, in my view, totally inconsistent with what the intent of this ordinance is for this particular zoning district. And I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments?
I'm in agreement with the chair, just for the record,
Okay.
on the public benefit and public interest.
Let's,
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Clough, yes.
A separate thing had sort of been brought up from Attorney Taylor. I will say I'm in general agreement with something that has the separation that we're seeing here. I recall that because I was on the board also with the other exception, about the traffic, that's I think 55-mile-an-hour zone.
I think you're right.
There isn't, at least to the best of my knowledge at this point, any extra, spacing for, passing people in terms of if they are pulling off and things like that. I don't know what the shoulder width is, but that problem, or I don't know if there have been traffic studies about that. There were traffic studies that had to do with the gravel pit, I remember, how many vehicles they would have coming in. And so we agreed with that because it was a very low number of vehicles. This could have, very high volumes at certain times in a very high speed zone. And I don't know what traffic calming things might be in place or potentially put in place for that element. So that's my concern, broadly.
Fair enough.
Can I?
No, the public hearing's closed.
This is
Sorry.
They're deliberating.
Darn it, sorry.
Exactly, that's what I said. Still doesn't.
I guess if we can debate now the second criterion, if the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. This proposed use is not creating any additional uses beyond what is anticipated, residential and agricultural. The gravel pit operation, I guess I view that, the weighing and the scale house part of this, I know that's not particularly before us at this particular application, but that's more, I regard that as an accessory use to the gravel pit next door. It's just serving a collateral purpose to that operation. And I don't think it impacts the residential or agricultural nature of the proposal for this application, this property. Clearly, there's going to be an expansion of housing base with this project. And with the size of the land and again, those distances, there's no reason why in the future there couldn't be more if it's successful for these people. So I don't expect to see a condo project out there. Don't get me wrong about that, but it leaves room for that. And that seems to be what the applicant suggests in some places. Allowance of both uses will promote current goals of increasing the housing supply. I agree with that. And I don't see an essential alteration of the character of the neighborhood for the reasons already explained. And I don't see these operations presenting a health, safety, or general welfare danger. I think if the operations on the traffic study that Mr. Clough just mentioned on the gravel pit are carried over to this property, you're not going to see an increase. It's going to be impossible. There's no more gravel going out of there than in the past, I don't imagine, but. So I think the second criterion is satisfied. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, again, I'm going to disagree. Special exception, got to remember, a special exception is a use that is a permitted use as long as it meets certain criteria. A variance is what a variance does. It varies from the zoning. And it needs to be justified by these criteria. I really do not see how expanding a permitted commercial use to a use that's going to have retail, commercial, and residential on it is going to have the same results traffic-wise, visually, or in other aspects that the criteria contemplates. And frankly, I don't think 3 residential units way out of town is really going to solve our housing problems. So it's a drop in the proverbial bucket.
Anybody else have any other comments?
I would go. Ed Gaia. As far relative to the housing, on-site housing for workers for this facility, if they did not have the housing on this site, presumably they would have to find housing elsewhere. So I agree with Attorney Taylor that it is a small increment in solving a crisis for housing, particularly workforce housing, but at least it's a step relative to the workers on this property. So,
And just remember what happens when you drop a pebble in a pond, right? We've had a lot of cases where we have a couple of housing units here, a couple of housing units there. They add up eventually. And I look at this cumulatively, so 3 is not a lot, 2 is not a lot, but over time, 5, 10, 15, and 20 become more than nothing. So that's how I see it. Mr. Clough, you want to add anything to number 2?
This is just an interesting split for me because I completely side with the housing. I think it makes perfect sense to put something like that in. I'm not sure about the commercial. So, since those are both in this variance,
That's the crux of the application.
yeah, that's where it is, because
Yep.
because on one side, I'm like, yep, I could certainly vote for the housing element of this, but I'm not sure about the commercial part.
Fair enough. Let's have some discussion about the third criterion then, the substantial justice factor. The gain to the public, I don't think I'll go out too far on a limb by saying that it does provide for housing. It applies or supplies an economic base for jobs in connection with the agricultural retail outlet and the other one. Now I'm forgetting what it was now. But in any event, and it's also providing, and I realize this is a separate application, it's providing a place for a public service, which is an interesting twist to the application, or as part of this project. So I think the gain to the public is outweighed by any harm, if there's any harm, from the commercial side of this. And I'm just not seeing harm from the commercial operation. I guess I was thinking of the scale as the other operation. But anyway, so I think the gain to the public is a gain. The loss to the individual, if this project couldn't go forward, is a piece of property that would be a loss to the public because it's going to sit there and look the way it's been looking for the last 20 years. And I think there's a big benefit to having that corrected. Because there's been absolutely nothing out there for a long time. So I think this factor weighs in favor of the applicant. That's my opinion. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, I'm not going to argue one way or the other on this particular criteria, but there is certainly nothing to prevent somebody, whether it's this owner or another owner, to go in and redevelop that property that's more consistent with the zoning.
Okay. Any other comments? All set? So the fourth criteria, if the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. I have to say, with this application, I don't think I've ever seen a shorter abutters list. There might have been 5 entities on there. That's a very short abutters list. So, and the applicant owns two of the properties around it. Not that that really matters, because I don't think it does, but the point the applicant makes about cleaning up the property is an important point. That will improve the value of his own property as well as the surrounding ones. So I don't think this factor plays into the overall analysis that deeply, and if the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished, from what I've seen. Any comments on that? The fifth criterion, the special conditions, owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from others, denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship because there would be no fair and substantial relationship between the general public purpose of the ordinance and its specific application to the property. Now, as I see it, the special conditions are the size of the lot, the number of buildings there that are useless, the separation between the two major proposed uses, the residential and the commercial, the scales, the agricultural retail store, and the roadway going in and out from the gravel pit. And I think that does make the application of the ordinance difficult for this property, such that there's no fair and substantial relationship existing between the purpose, which I believe they've set out correctly, to maintain separation of different uses for aesthetic and safety reasons. I don't see any safety reasons. If these operations are safely undertaken, there should be no problem up there in terms of public safety, as I've said, I've indicated already. So the rehabilitation of the property and its separate uses, to my mind, indicate a public benefit that would, that should be approved. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, I don't see the size as being a special condition. If you compare the size of this particular parcel with those around it, they're all fairly large. And even though, except for the gravel pit, the other parcels are in large part not developed, again, there's nothing that would prevent this being redeveloped more in conformance with the zoning ordinance. I should also note that both the Harborside case and the Farrar case concerned existing buildings, the Harborside Associates one being a sign case. So if this was one massive building or several massive buildings, I might think differently, but I don't feel in this particular case that the size creates a special condition, nor do I feel that the derelict condition of the buildings creates a special condition.
Gentlemen?
Doesn't the fact that it's a site with scattered buildings that is unusual relative to the adjacent properties, doesn't that create a hardship for this property? Because in that sense, it is unique.
I guess that's a good point, but I'm just recalling that they're only saving two of the buildings there. And I've lost count. There was 17 or 14 buildings there, something like that.
Yeah, it's in the
Fair number of
teens
them, but most of them are going to be gone.
when the project is completed.
Yes.
But at the beginning of this application, it does create that unique aspect to the property in my mind.
Yes.
Yeah, and I guess my sense in taking my position was that the intent is to demolish so many of the buildings that even if that were to be a special condition, that's in the plan to remove the special condition. So I guess I see it from a different perspective, but I just wanted to make that point.
As I see it, they're going to have a commercial and residential use on the property. They're going to keep these two uses significantly separate from one another, and the parcel is large enough to allow that, so that you can do these uses. I'm trying to imagine a similar situation. Maybe think about where Carroll Concrete is in Swansea. You know where the high school is down there? So there's a big gravel pit operation going on down there, and it's right by a high school, it's right by residential and retail operations, on a much smaller scale or land area than what we have here. And that works, as far as I can tell, driving by as many times as I do, and pretty much in harmony together. And that's the best comparison that I can think of at the moment. And that's sort of what's gonna happen up there. You're gonna have your small residential area, your agricultural retail store. I simply do not believe that's gonna generate a lot of traffic. I just don't see it. So, and as I said, the space within the lot itself is large enough to keep them separate. That, to me, is a special condition, that they can develop the property in a way that separates these uses. And after, as Attorney Taylor said, once you get to that point, those 12 or 13 other buildings are gone. So, but they're preserving two to make, I guess, the scale house and the three-family residential dwelling in the northwest corner, which also has its pretty much own separate way to get in. The trucks aren't going up there. They're gonna come around one road, in and out.
I believe the retail center is also a preserved building. So three buildings.
Oh, okay, all right, I stand corrected on that.
Yeah, I think the scale house is new.
The scale house is being moved, if I understand correctly. You can see in the plan.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
They're gonna relocate it.
Oh,
An
okay,
existing
relocate
building as the
new
scale
scale
house.
house.
That's gonna be
So we're both right.
the existing shed is gonna be moved down to where it says relocated, right?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, that's right. So, and as I look at the plan again, I see there's ample parking for all this activity. I just don't, the special condition being the size of the lot that allows this kind of development, I think is an important feature of it. And does allow for safe distances between the uses. So I guess that's where I'm landing on that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Clough?
I actually, I'm not 100% sure of the history, but I actually did know the family that lived there in the interim that people are talking about, the O'Brien family. And it was a family of four, and they really didn't know what to do with the property. Their son went to Keene High, and their daughter went to Keene High, and the son would tell me about going out and trying to do stuff like brush hog and this and that with that property. So I actually agree that there is a special condition. It's very difficult to purpose all those existing buildings to something. It was too much for that family. I think it would need a major renovation of some sort. And, a lot of times it's cheaper to, if these buildings have no historical, significance, it's cheaper to just take them down because they are actually dangerous. The three buildings, four, if you want to count a certain thing, that they're keeping are ones that I know the family utilized, and so they were maintained a little bit more. And the outlying cabins, et cetera, were, again, it's a lot of buildings with a four-person family.
And all those outbuildings haven't been occupied for 20-plus.
Correct.
So this seems to be a responsible management plan for the property and project idea, from my point of view. So is there any other comments that we need to make before we conclude our deliberations? So what I'd like to do is, we usually make a motion in the positive and then vote from there, so it'd be, I would invite a motion to approve 2024-06, and then we can deliberate the 5 criteria, well, we've deliberated the 5 criteria. If you want to add anything more under each one, we will when we vote on it. But if we can take it that way, that'd be great. Attorney Taylor,
In order to move things along,
you have the
I
floor.
will make a motion to approve ZBA 2024-06. Petitioner Ariana, I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing these properly, Ice of Ice Legal, who has requested a variance for property located on 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000 in the rural district owned by G2 Holdings, 25 North Street, Jaffrey, to permit a mix of commercial and residential uses on a single 24.38 acre tract per Article 8.1.3 of the zoning regulations.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay,
Ed
Mr.
Gaia.
Guyette, thank you. Motion being made and seconded. So what I'll do now, for the benefit of the applicant and those here, we'll go through each of the criteria, not necessarily to discuss it, because we have, but just to vote on it, and if you want to add any more comments on the point, that's fine. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. All those in favor of that proposition, raise your hand. Opposed? The vote is 3-1. Attorney Taylor in dissent. The variance, if the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3-1. Same split. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. All those in favor? 4-0. If the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. All those in favor? 4-0. Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship because there is no fair and substantial relationship existing between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and its specific application of that provision to the property. All those in favor? All those opposed? 3-1. Now, on the main motion, all those in favor of approving 2024-06, raise your hand. All those opposed? The vote is 3-1. And that is approved. Before we go to the next application, I would be in favor of, and I'm not going to make a motion, of taking a 2-minute break for the restroom if anybody needs one.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good, yeah, we'll try.
I know it's gonna be a while, I'm just thinking, I want to hear them come out there, so support in the record for the application.
Bill,
Okay.
you guys are good. Yeah, you're good, that's fine.
Thank you, that was very helpful.
Oh, we're only number 1? Yeah.
Yeah.
You're gonna be here for a minute. So what is the, are we gonna put that particular?
Right.
That's that particular residential.
That's what I thought, yeah. Right. Right. Oh, really? Sweet. So the first one, the one that we just got. Right, so if they approve multi-use,
Right.
which means you should be good to do both, then you're all set.
Exactly.
And they were already considering what that use was, and they were talking about your retail store and all that. Yeah.
I know, huh?
Sweating a little.
Yeah, exactly.
You go to how many hours?
Yeah, how much, yeah, exactly.
So unnecessary.
No, 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 we're allowed to, that's what we got a gravel pit used for. Yeah. Yes, they did. That's literally what.
Well, it's 75 degrees out today. Okay. I think they're ready.
I'm certainly willing to open windows, you may find the noise from the restaurant, and the square, but I'm not interested in opening any windows.
Whatever you think's best, whatever you think's, whatever the board wants.
Oh, I know. I'm good. I wish the numbers were on here.
Yeah,
think
I
the
had to write
second-
them
I
on the
think
bottom of my thing.
It's renovation of existing structure, go through. This is the next one, right?
I don't know which one they
Yeah.
want to take. I would like to do, we did it in a different order. Our feeling was, you have to approve a commercial use, you have to approve residential, then you have to approve that they can be on the same lot. We did it backwards.
Yeah.
They wanted to do, first you have to approve the multi-use, but you had to talk about your uses to get there.
Right.
And so you kind of did them all together, so hopefully,
Yeah, it's a unique project by any means.
yeah.
Select ones.
Well, it just shows how it can go anyway, at the whim of somebody's opinion.
Yeah.
As if to emphasize your.
Yeah, right on cue. Right on cue.
All right, let's call the meeting back to order, and we'll go to ZBA 2024-07, where the petitioner Ariane Ice of Ice Legal, 6586 Hypoluxo Road, Suite 350, Lake Worth, Florida, requests a variance for property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000, in the rural district and owned by G2 Holdings, 25 North Street, Jaffrey. The petitioner requests a variance to permit the renovation of an existing structure to be a three-family residence per Article 3.1.5 of the zoning regulations. Mr. Hagan, do you want to add anything more to what you had earlier?
Not at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, because there's so many applications, could we just clarify for the record specifically this, what this one is,
This is
Doing-
the three-family residence one.
okay, and only the three-family residence?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what 07 is. To permit the renovation of an existing structure to be a three-family residence per Article 315. All right? Do any of the members have any questions before we start? Okay.
Okay. I've been thinking about ways to kind of consolidate things, and I wanted to ask the board, since the application in its entirety is in the record, and the board has heard kind of an overview, so they're familiar with this project, do you want me to still go through each one as written, or do you want me to just kind of point out some of the factors and the criteria that maybe are unique to this application or extra important to us, so we can have a chance, because I would hope for the application's sake, we'll have a chance to have a dialogue as part of the hearing before you go into deliberation on some of the issues, like perhaps you raised in the last one that I didn't get a chance to respond to, which I may have been able to clarify some of the points. So I'll do it either way you prefer, but I just wanted to ask you what
I
you'd
think you
like.
should give us a presentation that covers all your bases.
Okay, I'm going to do the complete presentation then.
That's fine.
Okay. This is a renovation of an existing structure to be a three-family residence. The overall property we have talked about, it's in the application. This is a property that's comprised of about 24.78 acres, or a little less after the survey. It abuts State Route 9. It's located in the northeast corner of the town limits in the rural district. G2 Holdings LLC owns the parcels abutting and 2.5 sides of the triangular-shaped subject property. One of those parcels is the site of a gravel pit. Talked about the history. It used to be the Palmer Lodge. That's why it had all the buildings, and then it moved to drug rehabilitation, a juvenile detention center. Most recently, it was owned by a family who used the multiple sites for housing, is our understanding. This particular application, as we said, is renovation of existing structure that is there to be a three-family residence. The first variance criteria would it be contrary to the public interest? We do not believe it would be contrary to the public interest because the requirement that the variance not be contrary to the public interest is related to the requirement that variance be consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. The two ways to determine whether a variance will violate a zoning ordinance's basic zoning objectives are to examine whether the variance would alter the essential character of the neighborhood and whether the variance would threaten public health, safety, or welfare. I don't think that the requirement is that it be advantageous to public health, safety, or welfare, just that whether it would threaten it. We don't think the variance would alter the essential character of this neighborhood. This neighborhood has a 86-acre gravel pit. This parcel has an 86-acre gravel pit operation to its west. It's got the Granite Gorge ski area across from it to its south. Much of the area beyond is forested and undeveloped with a smattering of single-family residences. So we're talking about one specific building on the property. The revised use of that building on the subject property as a three-family dwelling would not be inconsistent with the surrounding developed uses like dwellings. It all falls within the character promoted by the rural designation. Thus, notably, the purpose of the recent change in the city of Keene from a 5-acre to a 2-acre minimum lot size in the rural district is to encourage a greater density. The allowance of one 3-family dwelling on a 24-acre tract will be consistent with that goal. Yet it will maintain a far lower density than allowed if the property were subdivided. This property could be subdivided at this point in time to be 12 parcels, which could mean 12 dwellings. And the variance does not threaten public health, safety, or welfare to the extent that it contemplates removal and renovation of derelict structures. It'll improve the safety of the public in that area. I think it's important to note, no, I'll leave that for a few minutes. I'll take that back. That's criteria 1. The second criteria, very closely related, is this: would the spirit of the ordinance be observed? If the applicant here, if my client can sufficiently demonstrate that the spirit of the ordinance is observed, this particular criteria should be approved. The rural district is intended to provide for areas of very low density. I'm going to talk about, here you have 3-family dwellings would be allowed in this district if it met the CRD subdivision regulations. For various reasons unique to what this property is, trying to do a CRD subdivision is not really something that this applicant thinks is possible, but it certainly meets the spirit of the subdivision regulation by allowing a 3-family dwelling unit. The purpose of the CRD subdivision is to provide greater flexibility and creativity in the design of residential development by allowing for clustering of dwelling units at a higher density. Here, the building to be renovated meets all the CRD frontage and setback requirements and the limit of the 3 dwelling per structure, which is in the Workforce Housing Density Incentive, Article 19.3.3. The tract, again, is nearly 2.5 times the CRD minimum tract size, the overall tract. It contains far more unused land than the open space requirements would demand. Under the CRD rules, the allowable density would be 4 times the dwelling units proposed here. So we feel that this proposed 3-family unit very nearly meets all the residential requirements of Article 3.1.5. In essence, this waiver only seeks relief from the necessity for CRD subdivision where the proposed tract and building would otherwise meet all the fundamental CRD requirements. The 3-family unit therefore meets the spirit of the ordinance. Would this variance, granting it, do substantial justice? We think it does do substantial justice. In the case of Harrington versus the town of Warner, an applicant who sought to expand a manufactured housing park showed that substantial justice would be done in granting the variance because it would improve a dilapidated area of town and provide affordable housing. Here, the project would renovate an already existing dilapidated building for residential use and therefore increase the supply of affordable housing in the area. It may not be significant increase, but here again, we're balancing density issues with increased housing. So this is an opportunity for it to take a footprint of a building that's already there. We're not creating new, spaces. We're just taking the building, renovating it, and turning it to 3-unit dwelling space. And of course, it removes the derelict structures. Variance criteria number 4, will it increase the property value, or will it not? Will the property values not be diminished? Again, the derelict structures are an eyesore. Renovating these structures would cause the values to increase rather than decrease. Unnecessary hardship. This ordinance of limiting the number of housing units in the rural district is to encourage the building of housing while maintaining open spaces are met. That's the purpose of the ordinance. The specific application of this ordinance to this property, however, would not allow a 3-family home without CRD subdivision, even though it would meet or exceed the CRD requirements. Accordingly, the restriction as applied to this property does not serve the public purpose in a fair and substantial way. The special conditions of this property, we've talked about it. They don't alter the essential character of the neighborhood. One special condition, it already has an existing building with a prior non-conforming use. We know it's appropriate to consider existing buildings as special conditions of the property. Here, the existing building makes the property different in a meaningful way from other properties in the area and is therefore burdened more severely by the zoning restriction. Denial of this variance may restrict any feasible use of this building, resulting in further deterioration on the site. The proposed use is reasonable. It's very similar to a permitted use. It meets the intent of the ordinance. Here, the applicant merely needs to show that the proposed three-family residence is a reasonable use of the property, given the special conditions. We believe the existing building makes use of that as a reasonable one. And I guess lastly, I should throw in that, it has been used as a residence. We're just looking to expand it to a three-family dwelling, and I think that covers all the 5 criteria.
All right, thank you. Are there any, well, before we get to that, do members have any questions for this application? Mr. Clough?
What's the square footage of the building?
It's 30, you see it?
Yeah, 3,174.
Thank you.
Do you know if there's any fire suppression utilities in the area? How would you handle something like that?
It already has it in it. It already has the whole thing sprinklered.
Yeah. It is certainly unique because it was residential housing for juvenile detention and for the drug rehabilitation. I mean, it's been used as a, if you will, commercial housing site for many years for many purposes. I think the last family, Mr. Clough talked about that he knew, was kind of using it in an odd way as a single-family home, but everyone else used it dormitory style, if you will.
Okay. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, if I'm hopefully now reading the plan correctly, the road for the gravel trucks that comes down from the gravel pit, and then the road that comes up from Route 9 to go to the residential area, looks like at one point they coexist, for want of a better term. How will those conflict points be handled so that the people going to the residential building will travel safety, and obviously the gravel trucks don't run into passenger vehicles?
Signage, I think that could be handled with signage.
Where's the interlock?
It's all very wide open there. I don't know if you guys have been out there, but where the two roads kind of go together right there, it's all open, so it's very able to be seen.
I apologize if you, just so that the minute taker can get your,
State your name.
Cody Gordon.
but if, so she
Right.
can hear you, I apologize.
That's all right. Cody Gordon, G2 Holdings. So it's all, you're able to see as you're coming down that slight slope or up it, vehicles coming in either way. But once the other buildings are taken down too, we're able to kind of regrade that slope a little bit to make it even more visible, or even what the road or the driveway right there wide enough so that a vehicle going up and coming down can bypass, no problem.
I would just like to add that, of course, this project has to go through site plan review, and they'll be looking at things like traffic flows and a lot of these things that are raised, and it'll have to pass muster before it gets approved. So, if we can focus on zoning criteria, and then, if we can
Sure.
get that, we can bring it to them, and I'm sure they will be looking at those things under a microscope. Certainly, traffic flow will be one of them. Safety.
Will it be a requirement that to live there, that you have to be an employee of the business there? Is this strictly workforce for? I realize that's not
You don't know
really,
at this point, I think it's, I mean,
Yeah, I don't necessarily know. I mean, I have 40 guys. Everybody's looking for.
would it be?
Why don't you just hold on to it?
Oh, okay, sure. Cody Gordon, G2.
I think it would be safe to say for the record that
Yeah.
they might get priority over the housing,
Correct,
but
right.
all
I
right,
don't know
that's
if
fair.
it'd be
Fine.
it'd be a mandate, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Are there any public comments opposed to the application? Seeing none, are there any public comments in support of the application? Don't see any of those either. This is what happens when you have a short of butter list. Any further questions from any members to the applicant before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I guess we'll close the public hearing and deliberate on this.
Excuse me, I'm making a lot of noise. 2 down, 3 down. It's not the way I like to present ordinary.
Oh, Attorney Taylor, sorry.
Yeah, in this particular application, I believe that granting the variance would be in the public interest and that it does meet the spirit of the ordinance in large parts for the reasons given. It's residential, which is a permitted use, and it appears to, even though I'm not really super familiar with the CRD requirements, it certainly has adequate space, and it does meet a need that we have in the community, so I think that it meets both of those criteria.
And I do agree with those comments. Mr. Goyette.
I agree as well. I do have a question for my own clarification relative to the CRD.
Fire away. I'm not sure we can answer it, but maybe Mr. Hagan can.
But is that part of what we're voting on?
No.
No, okay, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure.
We're voting on the 5 criteria.
Right.
We are not doing a subdivision application, so.
No, I understand. But it's not a factor in this
Correct,
vote. It's just
correct.
adjunct material.
I think it's just a point they're making to show us that
Agreed.
under
Yep.
certain circumstances, it would satisfy the spirit of the ordinance. That's the point, I guess.
Very good, thank you.
Yep. Any comments on the 3rd criteria? I guess what I would do is, without sounding like a broken record, reiterate my points from the first application. This does, although it's only 3 residential units, I believe in the cumulative effect of these things. And it does benefit the public by adding to the housing stock. It might not be a huge jump in the numbers, but it's a start in that direction. And when you have enough of these coming through here, they add up. So I believe the gain to the public is high, and the loss to the individual would be greater if denied. I don't see why this can't be approved in terms of doing substantial justice, at least in terms of that criterion. It is, I agree that the applicant notes that the proposed use is much closer to the permitted uses in the neighboring uses than to the previous uses, and they cite a detention center. Now, so I'd rather have housing than a detention center. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, as far as the scales of public benefit versus owner benefit, I think in this case, it's pretty much a wash. I think the approval of 3 housing units in this location benefits the public, and it benefits the property owner. And, you know, maybe it goes a little more in the public benefit direction, because if they couldn't renovate this building for a family structure, it still could be used. There are other portions of the property that still could be used. But I do think that it's overwhelmingly public benefit in this case.
And the other piece to that is the cleanup of the property. It'll be a much safer property with the dilapidated buildings removed. Any other comments? Okay. If the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. Again, like the last one, I don't see how approving this application would affect the surrounding properties at all. So I don't think this criteria, the 4th criterion, is a problem. It's just not going to diminish property values. It'll improve them when the property is improved. I also think the special conditions of the property that we discussed earlier justify the approval of this application as well. You can have you can have a single-family residence here, but not a 3-family residence. And the way this property is constructed, it seems to me as though it's it's like a single-family residence batched together into one larger building. And it does meet, it appears to meet the CRD subdivision requirements, just as an illustration of the point that it is within the spirit of the ordinance. Yes?
Well, I agree, and I think that the salient point is that there does not appear to be any fair or substantial relationship between the purpose of the ordinance, which is a rural area with some residential use, and application of that provision to this property, because it is residential and 24 acres certainly should be adequate to support 3 housing units.
I agree. Getting nods over here, okay. So, having discussed the criteria, we can entertain a motion with respect to 2024-07. Give it a whirl.
I'll try.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Z.B.A. application 2024-07, the property located at 21 Route 9, as it's to address section 3.1.5 of permitted uses to renovate a 3-family residence on this property. Is that enough?
I think it sounds fine. Is that
I'll second
I
it.
was going to say, is that a second? Okay, motion having been made and seconded. We will vote. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. All those in favor? Unanimous. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. Unanimous. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. All those in favor? Unanimous. If the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. All those in favor? Unanimous. Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship because no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and its specific application to the property. All those in favor? Unanimous. Now on the main motion. All those in favor of 2024-07? Unanimous. Okay. Everybody's all set to continue on, right? Okay. We'll go to 2024-08. See if I can find it. Ah, here it is. Petitioner Ariane Ice of Ice Legal, 6586 Hypoluxo Road, Suite 350, Lake Worth, Florida, requests a variance for property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000, in the rural district and owned by G2 Holdings of 25 North Street, Jaffrey. The petitioner requests a variance to permit a commercial and accessory use of a truck scale and scale house per Article 3.1.5 of the zoning regulations. Anything more you want to add about this?
I have no additional information at this time, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Very well.
Excuse me, would it be possible to, or would it make more sense to talk about the agricultural retail store application first, since part of this scale house is an accessory use to that building?
Okay. The agricultural retail store is 09, right? I believe it is.
I don't know where you're getting it.
Yes.
So if nobody on the board objects, we'll jump to 9 and go back to 8. Okay.
Is
Let
that-
me just read that.
Okay. Oh, that's why.
2024-09, petitioner Ariane Ice of Ice Legal, 6586 Hypoluxo Road. You just want me to keep on saying that road, right?
You got it perfect.
Suite 350, Lake Worth, Florida, requests a variance of property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000, is in the rural district and is owned by GT Holdings, 25 North Street, Jaffrey. The petitioner requests a variance to permit the renovation of an existing structure to be an agricultural retail store per Article 3.1.5 of the zoning regulations.
Okay.
Nope. All set?
Renovation of an existing structure to be an agricultural retail store. The first variance criteria, granting this variance would not be contrary to the public interest because the use of this property as an agricultural retail store would not be inconsistent with the surrounding developed uses which are commercial in character. It's in the record, we've talked about some of those surrounding uses. This is particularly true regarding the sale of gravel pit products, which is currently a use of an abutting property. Thus, the variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Additionally, this variance would not threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. A retail establishment would not present any additional public hazards. To the extent it proposes to remove and renovate derelict structures, it'll improve public safety, it'll improve the safety of the public in that area. Number two, if the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed, because Article 3.15 does not discourage commercial uses in this district. Rather, it allows more than any other residential district to have commercial uses. It specifically encourages commercial uses that are consistent with a rural agricultural environment. See community gardens and farming, in the permitted open space uses. More importantly, the permitted commercial uses, such as animal care facilities, kennels, and nurseries, are those that provide the services and products needed by residents in the rural district. This proposed agricultural retail store, which would sell hardscaping tools and supplies, animal care products, kind of think of an agway with some hardscaping attached to it, is exactly the type of commercial use contemplated by the ordinance. This use will become even more important since the provision of these products, such as hardscape materials, will support the additional development encouraged by the recent move from the 5 to 2 acre minimum lot sizes in this district. Additionally, the proposed use includes, in large part, uses already permitted. For example, the agricultural retail store will include the operations of a greenhouse nursery, a permitted use defined in an establishment where flowers, shrubbery, vegetables, trees, and other horticulture and floriculture products are propagated and sold, and may include the sale of items directly related to their care and maintenance. The proposed operations that are beyond the most basic greenhouse nursery business, if you will, such as selling the hardscaping tools and supplies and the animal care products, are still very similar to those of a greenhouse nursery. They would attract the same or similar customer base. Moreover, the sale of hardscaping supplies, such as the gravel and the crushed stone products, is the same as the permitted use, with special exception in the rural zone of a gravel pit. So we really think here very strongly the spirit of the ordinance is observed. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. Here, the proposed project would renovate the ramshackle main building for use as retail space and remove derelict structures around the property. So we think it meets, would do substantial justice. That's number 3. Number 4, if the variance was granted, the values of surrounding properties would not be diminished because the derelict structures are an eyesore. Renovating them would cause the values to go up. And the unnecessary hardship condition, which is number 5, the public purposes of the ordinance to encourage rural or agricultural-related businesses would be met. The specific application of the ordinance to this property, however, would not allow an agricultural retail store, even though it has many of the same elements as a permitted use, which would be greenhouse nursery. Accordingly, the restriction as applied to this property does not serve the public purpose in a fair and substantial way. Here, the existing buildings make the property different in a meaningful way from the other properties in the area and is therefore burdened more severely by the zoning restriction. Another special condition is that its proximity to the applicant's abutting gravel pit. This facilitates the delivery of gravel pit products to a location accessible to retail buyers, a fact that distinguishes it from commercially zoned properties that are far from the gravel pit. So we think, is it proposed use a reasonable one? We think the existing building and proximity to the applicant's gravel pit make it reasonable. Here, I think to summarize on the criteria, for if you have any questions for me, is we think it's a very similar use as what's already permitted in this rural district. It's going to, in fact, some of it already will be selling things that are nursery and garden store related, greenhouse related. And the rest of those uses are extremely similar, not only in the customers who will use them, but in the way customers would come and access them, you know, whether it be the hardscaping bays, you know, if you go to any nursery, you go to any agway, you know, here and by me, you have the bays already right there, so it's all part of it. So I think that concludes our application with the criteria for the agricultural retail store.
Does anybody have any questions? Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, just could you clarify, I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. So with your comparison to the greenhouse nursery, did you say that you were going to be selling that type of supply?
Yes, one of the items that G2 Holdings has identified it wants to sell in addition to hardscape and some animal care products is plants. He envisions a large area where greenhouse-grown plants would be sold. I don't know if you want to come up and speak to that and elaborate on that at all? I know it's part of a master vision of revitalizing the whole property.
Cody Gordon, G2. Yeah, so part of my whole thinking with the store is basically we're making the product, so we'd like to sell the product down at a closer location that is more visible for the public to see, and it kind of in turn makes it easier, safer than the person going up to the gravel pit currently. And if they show up a little pickup truck, and they want a half a yard of stone or something, my big loader trying to load it, it just makes it hard. Versus down here at the store, it would make more sense. Also, the store, basically I want to sell your stone products, your mulches, your hardscape type products. The back of it has like an old pool that was there for Palmer Lodge. I'd like to clean that out, make like a fish pond in there and hardscape the back of it so people can walk out and they can see different types of stone products on the ground. And then kind of behind that, up on the hill, would have kind of nursery native species of plants, that sort of thing that people can come in and buy. Put up a little greenhouse that then we can sell starter plants and things like that out of. In the store itself would be basically your rakes, your shovels, your grass seed, your fertilizer, grain, hay. I make hay, so things like that. But the stuff that I want to bring in, I want to have like a USA made store. So basically USA products that basically we'd like to have brought in and try to sell that type of product versus, just let's say Amazon special type stuff, right? More USA. So that's kind of the big game plan for the store itself.
Thank you.
I have a question about a comment you make in the second, under the second criterion. You're making a comparison, you're suggesting that this additional development would be encouraged by the recent move from 5 to 2 acre minimum lot sizes in rural districts, correct?
I was saying that it will service all those new homes and families moving in. So it's, part of, if you look at the kind of permitted uses in agriculture in the rural district that are commercial, they tend to be businesses that are of added value to the community that's living right there, whether it be kennels, nurseries, things like that. This will certainly be an added value to all of those new homes that will be built there and the new residents that will be living there as the density is increased in this district. So that was the point we were trying to make.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from anybody else? Well, I went through this before without much response. We'll try one more time. Any public comments in support or opposed? Seeing none either way. Last call for questions on this application. Okay, I don't think I have any either. I guess I don't, no. Thank you for the clarifying your other point. There being no other questions or comments, we'll close the public hearing and begin the deliberation. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, I guess I'm struggling a little bit with the analogy to greenhouse/nursery. It appears to me from everything we've heard on this and other applications that the primary use is going to be commercial and retail sale of products produced by the gravel pit. And I guess I'm struggling a little bit because it's on a separate lot, it can't really be an accessory use. It's gotta be an independent use. And, excuse me, again, back to earlier discussions, I'm still having a concern with the scale of commercial and retail sale of products from the gravel pit and its impact in this particular zoning district.
Maybe I'm misinterpreting what they're saying, but they're just suggesting that greenhouse and nurseries are permitted commercial uses in a rural zone. And that is true. And I think that was the only point they were trying to make on that section of the application.
Okay.
But I guess the other concern is the degree of traffic, customers, activity. Is that my understanding of your comments?
Yeah, I guess the scale of the operation is a concern, but my understanding was that the similarity was to the greenhouse nursery use, and that there would be actually some of that with this particular use. That was my understanding.
It sounds like it will be.
And again, I think the primary use from what's been presented is gonna be the sale of the hardscaping material and supplies.
Okay. Yes.
Doesn't the sale of the hardscaping material produced by the pit already exist? And it's just shifting to add a retail component versus a commercial component? That's the way I'm seeing it here in the application.
Yes.
Well, going back again to earlier comments, there wasn't supposed to be any retail in the pit operation when we approved the special exception. And to my comment that I just made is that an accessory use has to be on the same lot. And so this has to be a use that stands on its own merits, because it can't be accessory in the basic legal terminology that's in the code to the pit itself. Hopefully that makes some sense.
No, I understand that. And I guess the way I'm looking at it is I see an expansion to a retail level with this outlet for this particular application. The scale brings in another factor, but we're not discussing that one just yet. So I'm looking at this as adding retail sales of hardscape materials produced by the pit that are delivered here as a separate step. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
I don't see that as an accessory use of the pit, because it is being
Right.
brought in, as you just explained,
Yeah.
separately. And that's an approved use now by virtue of the 06 application. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm getting at is that not just the retail, but the actual commercial use expansion, that's of concern. So I have a hard time with all that commercial use expansion that's going to involve the store and the scale that's going to be an accessory use to that store. It just is hard for me to make an analogy to the greenhouse nursery.
I see your point. Just as a counterpoint to that, I think the expansion of the commercial activity on this site from the pit, in my mind, is attached to the scale and the scale house, which we're going to discuss I presume, next. So that's kind of the way I'm bifurcating that aspect of it.
Well, that would be true, I mean, if you look at it in a sense that that scale and scale house would be for the purpose of weighing the materials leaving that operation, you're right. So the question there becomes, what is it accessory to?
Yeah.
Right? The agricultural store or the gravel pit? That's a good question. I don't know. But I guess we're not there yet. I think its similarity to a greenhouse and a nursery, though, does suggest that it meets the spirit of the ordinance. And just checking 3.1.5, it's clearly a permitted use, greenhouse nursery. I don't disagree with the applicant's comments that substantial justice is done because it is a rural-oriented commercial and open space use. It is not going to interfere with the uses of the properties in the surrounding areas. It won't diminish the property values of the property in the area. And I guess to that same point, the applicant makes the point that the specific application of the ordinance to the property would not allow an agricultural retail store, even though it has many of the same elements as a permitted greenhouse nursery. Now, I know the counterargument to that is the hard pack that's going to be sold, and maybe that's a distinction with a difference. But in the application of the rule to this property, I don't think its purpose is achieved in a fair and substantial way. So I agree with the applicant's assessment. Attorney Taylor, yes.
Yeah, I'm still thinking through your point, but I do disagree with the applicant's statement that its proximity to the gravel pit creates a special condition. If it's a separate use, it could exist, I think, potentially without it being in proximity to the gravel pit. That's just I guess, a bonus or convenience.
It could be shipped in from anywhere, right?
Yeah, right.
I agree with that observation.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, one other just minor point on that is that it's a statement that special condition of the property has a commercial building with a prior non-conforming use. Actually, that prior use was by variance, which is distinguishable from a non-conforming use. So I just wanted to make that point for the record, even though it's probably a nerd point that I get for that.
Okay, we'll give you that. Although I'm not sure what variance it was in the long list that Mr. Hagan gave us earlier.
I'm not either.
Try to write them all down, but might not matter for our purposes at this point. I am still of the view that one of the special conditions of this property that allows this kind of development on it is its size. And I know in relation to the surrounding properties, the gravel pit is not as big, I don't recall. And it's not as big as the forested area, but that's undeveloped. This is very developed, in fact, it's dilapidated. And that's another special condition of the property to clean up. So, in hearing from the applicant that it's going to be a lot like an agway, to me suggests a rural commercial use. Even if they're selling whatever it's called, hardscape or gravel. I'll go back to the Carroll Concrete example I talked about earlier. It's not an inconsistent use in that area.
Except that you don't know what that zoning was or when it was approved, so
Well,
it may have been different circumstances.
it may have been, and I don't know what the zoning is, that's in Swansea, I think, yeah. But I'm looking at the area as it's developed, and it's not an issue for that area that I can see. And that area of, I think it's 32, but it's far more developed than this area of Route 9. I think we've probably covered the criteria. Does anybody want to make a motion or act on this in some other fashion?
I'll attempt to make a motion. I move that the ZBA approves ZBA 2024-09, a variance on a property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-00800 in the rural district, to permit the renovation of an existing structure to be an agricultural retail store per Article 3.1.5 of the zoning regulations.
Okay, thank you. Motion seconded by Mr. Guyette. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. All those in favor? Unanimous. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. All those opposed? 3-1. Attorney Taylor in dissent. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. 4-0. Unanimous. If the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. That's unanimous. Pardon me. Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in an unnecessary hardship because no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and in the specific application of that provision to the property. All those in favor? 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay. Now on the main motion for 2409, all those in favor of the motion? 3 in favor and opposed? 1 opposed. That motion will carry. Now we'll go back to 08. It's getting a little messy here. Mr. Hagan, you're all set, right?
I have no new information at
Okay.
this time, Mr. Chair.
I will turn it over to the applicant whenever she's ready.
Okay, I am ready. Just want to start out by saying what we're looking at in this application is not whether a commercial use should be allowed on this parcel that's zoned for residential, because that has already been approved by the Z.B.A. about 45 minutes ago, I believe. It's more like the last one you just approved. We need to look at whether this specific use of this scale house meets the criteria for a variance. So we're looking at whether a scale house can meet the rules here, the variance criteria. The relief we're seeking under 3.1.5 would consist of permitting this commercial use of a scale house and scale. The proposal consists of installing a truck scale as well as renovating and relocating an 874 square foot existing building to serve as the scale house. The scale and the house itself, the scale house, would be used to weigh sand, gravel, and crushed stone to customers of the agricultural retail store, which has already been approved. And it would also be used to weigh the products of the abutting gravel pit. The first variance criteria is the contrary to public interest. We don't believe it would be contrary to public interest in this instance. Much of the area beyond the immediate neighbors, which include the Granite Gorge ski area, the gravel pit itself, and some forested area owned by the applicant, is forested and undeveloped, and it contains a smattering of single-family residences. The weigh station here that we're proposing would consist of an existing building and an in-ground scale that is flush with the road and therefore not readily visible from neighboring areas. The variance therefore would present very little change to the aesthetics of the site, and as such would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. Moreover, to the extent that the character of the immediate neighborhood is influenced by the existing gravel pit operation next door, a weigh station, standard equipment for many gravel pits, would not alter the character of the surroundings. So basically, you've got a gravel pit already, a weigh station wouldn't alter the character. And it would not threaten public health, safety, or welfare. Given the separation between the types of uses, it's a pretty wide separation. The allowance of the use of a single tract would not prevent any additional public hazards to the extent that the overall proposed project contemplates the removal and renovation of derelict structures. It will improve the safety in the area. Variance number 2, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. The specific proposed use here is both accessory to the commercial use of the agricultural retail store and then an extension of the permitted open space use of the gravel pit next door. The weigh station meets the accessory use criteria of the code because with respect to the agricultural retail store, the proposed use is incidental, it's subordinate in area, extent, and purpose. It's located on the same site, and it does not pre-exist the principal use. Additionally, the weigh station would not create a public or private nuisance. To the extent the weigh station would also be used by the gravel pit next door, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed since the rural district permits gravel pit operations with special exception. Since a weigh station is clearly incidental and customarily found in connection with the principal use of a gravel pit, it should meet the criteria of an accessory use of the existing gravel pit, except the same site requirement. So correctly pointed out by Board Member Taylor, we're not saying it's accessory use of the gravel pit because it wouldn't meet the accessory use requirement to be located on the same site, but we feel it meets the spirit of the ordinance because other than it having the parcel lines drawn that the gravel pit's here and this is here, it would have the same site, all the same site requirements would be met. The importance of the same site requirement here is highly attenuated given that the abutting gravel pit and the subject property have the same owner and may be treated as though they have been merged despite merging them. So we think the spirit of the ordinance certainly met there. The third variance criteria was the variance would do substantial justice. Again, it's improving a dilapidated building in an area of town. This would renovate an existing dilapidated building to use as the scale house. Number 4, the values of surrounding property would not be diminished. Again, renovating the structures would cause the values of surrounding property to go up. All residential and recreational uses in the general area are sufficiently distant from the subject property to be affected. The scale itself will have no effect on the values of surrounding property since it will be flush with the road and will present virtually no change to the neighborhood aesthetic, nor would the weigh station change the existing level of traffic to the gravel pit. We talked about that a little earlier, kind of shifts it over. Number 5, unnecessary hardship. Again, we talk about special conditions. Does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. One special condition, it has a deteriorated existing building with a prior nonconforming use. It's appropriate to consider existing buildings as a special condition. Here, the existing building makes the property different from other properties in the area. It's therefore burdened more severely by the restriction. Denial of the variance may restrict any feasible use of the building, resulting in further deterioration of the structure on the site. And is the proposed use reasonable? We merely need to show it's a reasonable one, given its special conditions. As discussed above, the existing building makes the use reasonable. Additionally, the weigh station is a reasonable accessory use for the agricultural retail store and would be for the existing gravel pit, aside from the same parcel requirement. And that concludes my discussion on the variance criteria. If you have any questions, otherwise I'm finished with that part.
Any questions? Attorney Taylor?
Just as a practical matter, how are you going to schedule use of the scale between the commercial use and the retail use?
Answer that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Maybe we
Okay.
get Cody to answer
All
the
right.
specifics of the gravel operation.
Cody Gordon, G2. As far as coordinating from this to gravel pit, this has X bunks that says takes 20 yards each bunk. One truck can hold that, so let's say somebody comes and buys 3/4 stone and some loam, those piles run out in that, in a morning. You can go with 2 trucks, fill them back up again, and that's that. Don't need to touch it necessarily right now. Then the normal commercial trucks can run over it during the day, fill up when, when that kind of shuts down for the day or whatever. Just kind of
So you don't,
use it.
Yeah, sure.
so when you have a retail customer come in, how do you, I mean, you know that a certain area holds X amount of loam, rock, or whatever. How do you know how much he's loading into his truck and if he doesn't weigh it?
Because it would be, so basically, we scale for ourselves to put it into those bunks, so we know, okay, 20 yard, and there's an equation to tons to yardage, so to speak. So the bucket that, let's say on the mini loader, or skid steer, tractor, whatever, that's scaled it with a stamp right on the bucket that says 1 cubic yard. So then the guy pulls in with his pickup truck, we load that up with that bucket, there's a yard. That goes out. Done.
Okay, so you're not weighing the individual retail customers' vehicles?
No.
Okay.
Just
All right, thank
more
you.
weighing it as it goes in so we can more accurately allocate to make sure, oh, that guy that's loading it's not putting on, if there's 20 yards in that pile and 5 trucks come in the day that each hold a yard and we're empty, that means there might be a problem, so I should address it, right?
Yes.
So
Right.
that's kind of what
Okay,
we're using it
all right,
for.
thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
What is inside a scale house? If I walked in the door of a scale house, what would I see?
Some buttons. So like at Cold River, or a few of the other places, basically, they'll have basically trays of different type products. So everything that we sell, so to speak, they would be right there.
Is
So
that the
say somebody-
pre-weighed stuff?
Correct, yeah, anything
Okay.
in general, right? So you can just kind of see what you have. So in other scale houses, basically, they have the computer to print out a slip and a place to take your payment. And so you'd have a computer, you have your, like, mini computer that's the scale, right, for the scale itself outside, and then usually shows just different types of, like, say, a 5-gallon bucket of each different type of product. So if somebody comes in not exactly sure what they want, they can look at that and say, hey, I want that, without having to get out of their vehicle up in the quarry, so to speak, or the pit, or, walk a country mile to figure out what they want. They can just see it right there.
So basically what you're doing in the scale house is warehousing the pre-weighed material until somebody buys it.
No, well, just like a sample of it, so they can see it, that's it.
Okay,
And then,
Little tray.
that's it. Yeah, like in a tray or
okay.
whatever.
It's only 800 square feet,
Yeah.
the scale house, it's small.
It doesn't, you're right.
And there's somebody operating that.
Right, a guy sits in there, has his coffee, lunch, whatever, and then that guy that would run the scale house, basically, he would go out, load that customer that shows up, his pickup truck or minivan or whatever they show up with.
I think it'd be more akin to like a guardhouse where you have
Yeah.
security guard, so you're gonna have the employee there.
Right.
You'll just have some basic information, but then it's really there to house the computer for this scale and to take payment.
What equipment are you using to load a pickup truck, for example?
Just
Little
like a mini
skid steer.
loader or skid steer,
Okay,
something with a small bucket on it. Like the
So you just
machine that we're
dump it
using
in.
right now it's a 10-yard loader. The
Okay.
bucket's on the thing's about the size of your bench that you guys are on. So it's just massive, so it's like very difficult to load small vehicles with, for sure.
What's the size of the scale and how deep underground does it go?
So size of scale usually runs, it's like, say 14 by length of like truck with dump trailer. So it's about, usually like they run like 60 to 75 feet depending on what you get.
So it's
And-
75 feet long by what?
Say 12, 14 feet wide. Picture a tractor trailer, length
Right,
of tractor
okay.
trailer, sits on it, weighs, empty, goes, gets loaded, weighs back in, you get your weight after, equates to tonnage, slip for tonnage, pay for tonnage sold.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Attorney Taylor.
So this is a whole education for me.
Nice.
So in the operation itself, if you have, you know, a commercial customer who wants a full truckload of gravel. So do you like weigh the truck then, and then he drives back, it goes up to the pit, loads it up, comes back, and then weighs it again?
So we weigh vehicle empty. So the vehicle empty will come in, let's say at 39,000 pounds. You go up,
So
we
then-
load the truck.
So then he drives into the pit,
Yep,
gets loaded, drives back out,
gets reweighed,
okay.
and then that's how we figure out the tonnage that's on that truck, which is usually 23 to 25 ton, 27 ton, depending on the truck size.
Thank you.
Yep.
What you got yet?
Is it fair to say that the majority of the use of the scale will be for commercial truck traffic versus the retail bins that you have for the hardscape material?
Yeah, I would say probably more so, only because that's like so I work on rough percentages, right? So yes, because a commercial truck's taking 18 yards at a time, to lose 10% of 18 yards every day or every truck obviously adds up more than selling, you know, maybe 20 yards alone a week type of a thing, right?
Agreed. Yeah, the
So-
purpose for it is very clear to me.
Yeah.
It just seems, based on the application writing here and your description, that the use of the scale will be more for commercial purposes in my mind.
Can I respond to that a little bit?
Yeah.
Because I think they're both commercial purposes. One's the retail commercial purposes, but I think Cody's overall desire is to build that retail store to be successful. And so percentage-wise, of course, the big trucks are always going to be there. But having this, you know, having a scale already is, you know, a rarity and a great feature just for the kind of the gravel side of things. Being able to use that to help him with his base, so when the retail customers come, you can know exactly what you're getting and they could get it to them quickly, can really help grow that side of the business too. So I think it's hard to say now how helpful it will be to the, or, you know, important it is to the growth of that retail store. So the gravel pit's operating, so it's easier to know, because day one, it can
Right.
do that.
Yeah.
Cody, do you know how many trucks a day you have in and out of the current pit?
So current pit, it depends on the season, right? So wintertime, you saw, you know, 5 trucks a day out of there. Like tomorrow, scheduled loads running out, I have 70 loads running out of there, right? So, but today I had 20. So it's very relative, right? Because, so we sell, the gravel pit itself, we sell to probably 10 different towns around here now with our products. So they call in, hey, you know, roads are finally dry, we're running, you know, we need 500 yards or whatever. So it's very fluctuating. We hoped, like on the original permit that we did, we were talking on average, you know, I believe it was like 50, 60 trucks a day on average over the course of the year. And I know when we did that, I believe, like, we'll have to go back to DOT, I'm assuming, for planning board and whatnot, but I think when we got the approval on the actual gravel pit itself, I believe there was like 27,000 cars a day went by Route 9. Our increase of that, say 60 loads a day onto there increases it by like less than 1%. So it was kind of unnoticeable of what would actually increase in size there for us.
Great, thank you.
Good deal.
Any other questions? Seeing no other questions from the board, I'll ask the public if there's any comments one way or another from the public. Seeing none,
No public.
we can close the public hearing and deliberate on this one here. I think the best I can say about this application is that it would not be contrary to the public interest, whereas some of the other ones were in the public interest. But the test is contrary, not whether it's in, so. I agree that the waste station will probably have no visual or aesthetic impact on the neighborhood. And now we heard some details on the traffic, which I was glad to hear about. I don't believe it would alter the essential character of the neighborhood either. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, I have some concerns here with public interest and spirit of the ordinance, because I see this as essentially as just an expansion of the gravel pit use. Yes, there's the retail operation and the mixed use, but I have serious concerns about the conflicts on the single tract where you've got residential, retail, and commercial, and I understand that the attempts to segregate by transportation and use, but I'm not completely convinced. I think there's some serious public safety concerns, as well as I said, not in the spirit of the ordinance, because I think that it's basically one way to get around expanding the gravel pit operations.
I would tend to agree with that if it weren't true that he could buy gravel from somewhere else and bring it in and then retail it there. I guess that's the distinction I'm making in my mind. Yes, it is next door, and it does appear to be accessory to a next door operation. But if you fall back on the realization that it could, the gravel could be shipped in from anywhere theoretically, that part of it doesn't concern me as much. And given the number of trucks that are going in and out of there, based on what Mr. Gordon said, it doesn't sound like the impact on Route 9 is an impact at all. The test is whether the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. There's nothing here that suggests to me that it would be contrary to the public interest. I don't see a safety issue. There's no alteration of the essential character of the neighborhood. I don't see anything that puts it in the public interest, but that's not the test, so.
Well, I think I was trying to make the point that I do find that it is contrary to the public interest because of what I consider serious safety concerns.
Okay. Any more comment on public interest? No, okay. Need my eyes. We're on two, yes. The applicant makes the observation that the rural district allows both commercial and residential uses. And in looking at Article 3.1, that is true. Although the commercial uses are greenhouse, nursery, bed and breakfast, animal care facilities, and kennels. And under open space uses, we see gravel pit, so, or a community garden, which seem to be contradictory uses.
I think you might be in the wrong application.
No, I'm looking at what your point on number 2 in, application 2408, under criterion 2, the rural district allows both commercial and residential uses. I'm agreeing with you, it does.
Okay, I
So,
apologize, I just thought you were in the wrong
but
application. You
believe
were
me,
talking
I-
about animal care, and that was
I
in a different.
double-checked that I was on the right application, because we've had so many of them.
Okay, I just heard
So-
animal care, and I.
Well, I was
think
just
that
talking about, I'm looking at 3.1 in the ordinance at the same.
Okay,
I'm making a
okay.
comparison to some things here.
I apologize for interrupting, I
Um,
just wanted to
that's-
make sure.
No worries, no worries.
Okay,
And the other problem is I was probably thinking out loud, and I shouldn't do that.
just 5 at once, it's a lot to keep track of in front of us.
The part, I suppose, and I'm not sure how to reconcile this, it is true in my mind that I don't really think it matters where the gravel comes from, if it's coming from off the property. He's doing something to it at this property. He's processing it, he's doing something to it, he's weighing it and sorting it. So while it smacks of an accessory use of a neighboring property, I'm just not that bothered by it.
They're bothered, but. Making jokes now, but nobody's laughing.
And given the nature of the commercial uses that are permitted, I'm not sure this is not within the spirit of the ordinance. I think it is. Although suggesting a merger of the two lots, it might be going a little too far. But again, that's, I guess, not really what they're doing here. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, I think actually, you may be correct that the accessory use and the merger discussions aren't really relevant to this. I guess what's concerning to me is that I don't have confirmation, but the reason I have concerns about it not being within the spirit of the ordinance is because, yes, the gravel pit is approved by special exception, so it's an allowed use. Here, this is not the gravel pit, but it probably wouldn't be there if you didn't have the gravel pit next door. I'm not saying that for certain, because I guess you could you could come in for a, as you say, with a commercial type of use with a scale and to weigh gravel without the gravel pit. But I still think that it is more of a use than is contemplated by the ordinance. I don't see that it is I don't think it can be stretched to the greenhouse or nursery use. And as far as, it certainly doesn't meet any of the definitions or restrictions on gravel pits. So I just don't see any way that it's within the spirit of the ordinance.
Okay. On number 3, I'm not sure at all how the proposed use is consistent with not only the permitted use, but with the actual uses. I'm having a hard time with that one, too. I don't think there's any issue with the 4th criterion with respect to property values being diminished in this application, though. And again, with respect to the scales and the scale house, I'm not sure there are special conditions on the property that make it, the application of the ordinance problematic to this property with respect to those 2 items. Yes.
Yeah, I think that the statement in here may be considered an extended accessory use in connection with the abutting gravel pit.
What were
That
you reading?
From, in
Which number? Number 5?
number 5, the
Okay.
first paragraph. To my way of thinking, that does absolutely nothing to establish hardship. It establishes convenience. I can't make the link to hardship. Not for this particular use.
I'd have to agree with you. Yes, sorry.
Another point on the second paragraph under number 5.
Second paragraph, number 5.
It's certainly, all these points are valid relative to the issues we've discussed before, relative to the existing buildings being deteriorating, so on and so forth. But I cannot get my head around how those previously stated issues relate to adding the scale,
Or the scale house.
or the scale
Yeah.
house. Other than the scale house is an existing structure that's being moved and rehabilitated. But I just have a hard time getting the scale into that second paragraph.
It's hard to find it. Okay. Would anybody entertain a motion on 2408? I believe it's 8, yep. Just double checking, right? Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to approve ZBA 2408 for Route 21, Route 9, to allow permitted use under 3.1.5 for a truck scale.
Yes.
Do you mean to add the truck scale and the scale house,
Yes, I should have added the scale house. Thank you.
and that it's a variance?
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clough. Let's go through the criteria one at a time then. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. All those in favor? 3 in favor, 1 opposed. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. All those in favor? 3 in favor, 1 opposed. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. All those in favor? 2 in favor, 2 opposed. If the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. All those in favor? Unanimous in favor. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. All those in favor? All those opposed? 4 opposed. So on the main motion, all those in favor? All those opposed? The motion fails.
Do you need a motion?
We should do that, because we've always done it, haven't we? So, go ahead.
Yeah, so in that case, I will make a motion to deny ZBA 2024-08 for a variance for property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000 in the rural district, owned by G2 Holdings, 25 North Street, Jaffrey, to permit a commercial and accessory use of a truck scale and scale house per Article 3.1.5 of the zoning regulations.
Mr. Clough, do you want to do the honors? Okay,
I will second.
very well. All those in favor of that motion? It's unanimous. The last one for this applicant is 2024-10 with respect to accessory storage units. Right?
Yes.
I just have to find that one. 9. It's got to come after 9, right? There it is. ZBA 2024-10, petitioner Ariana Ice of Ice Legal, 6586 Hypoluxo Road, Suite 350, Lake Worth, Florida, requests a variance for property located at 21 Route 9, tax map 218-008-000, is in the rural district and is owned by GT Holdings, 25 North Street, Jaffrey. The petitioner requests a variance to permit the use of accessory storage structures in the 50-foot setback as measured from the abutting parcel owned by the applicant per Article 3.1.2 and 8.4.1, capital C, of the zoning regulations. Anything on that?
I have no additional information,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Fair enough. I will turn the floor over to the applicant for this,
Okay.
for her
Well,
presentation.
Thank you. Something a little different, an area variance. This application seeks variance relief from Articles 3.1.2 and 8.4.1.c of the Keene Land Development Code, which do not allow accessory structures in the 50-foot setback in the rural district. This relief would consist of permitting the accessory use of storage structures on an existing paved area located in a setback from the lot line between the subject property and another parcel owned by the applicant. The storage structures would be Connex containers for the storage and sale of building materials by Habitat for Humanity. As storage for building materials, the structures would be accessory to the agricultural retail store, which would sell related tools and supplies. Variance criteria number 1, it would not be contrary to the public interest, because beyond the immediate neighbors that are there, which include the gravel pit operation to the west and the forested area owned by the applicant in Sullivan to the north and the Granite Gorge ski area in Roxbury, you've got immediate neighbors with a smattering of single-family residences. The character of the subject property surrounding is diverse and widely separated uses, a character which would not be altered by storage structures. Additionally, the variance would not threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. Given the wide separation between the types of uses in the general area, the allowance of accessory structures in the setback would not present any additional public hazards. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed because, importantly, the structures would be in a setback from the applicant's own property, a 50-foot wide strip that extends between the existed paved area where the structures would be located and State Road 9. This wooded, non-buildable, 50-foot strip serves several purposes in meeting the spirit of the ordinance. It largely shields the paved area from view from the passerbys on State Road 9, such that the structures would not contribute to any appearance of overcrowding or negative aesthetic. It eliminates the concern that structures in the setback would interfere with the neighbor's rights, and it provides a 50-foot buffer between the storage area and State Road 9, which satisfies the public safety purposes of separating vehicular traffic from stationary objects. Thus, the purposes of the setback requirement are met since the subject property and the buffering strip have the same owner and may be treated for these purposes as though they've been merged. And finally, the overall project reduces the number of structures on the parcel such that the storage structures would not contribute to crowding or the appearance of crowding. Number 3, granting the variance would do substantial justice because it would improve a dilapidated area of town, provide affordable housing. All the variance factors, particularly substantial justice and unreasonable hardship, present a balancing of public benefits or detriments against the private benefits or detriments of the landowner. Here, granting the variance benefits the public because it assists a charitable nonprofit organization, Habitat for Humanity, with little or no corresponding public detriment. I'd ask to refer to the record of the public comments in support of this project by the board member from Habitat for Humanity earlier at this hearing.
Be noted, thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, if the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. As discussed above, the structures will be largely shielded from view of the road and neighboring properties. It would not create a negative aesthetic that would diminish the values of surrounding properties, many of which belong to the applicant. When viewed as but one part of the overall project that will renovate and restore the derelict structures, granting the variance would cause the values of the surrounding property to increase rather than decrease. All residential and recreational properties in the general area not owned by the applicant are sufficiently distant from the subject property such there would be no appreciable effect on value. Criteria number 5. The special conditions of this property cause the proposed use to be reasonable, and the use does not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. One special condition of the property is that the area for the storage structures is a paved area already in the setback. It is appropriate to consider an existing man-made feature as a special condition of the property. See Harborside versus Parade Residence Hotel, where variance is sought to convert, well, that's Farrar versus City of Keene, we've talked about that. Here, the paved area makes the property different in a meaningful way from the other properties in the area and is therefore burdened more severely by the zoning restriction. Denial of the variance restricts any feasible use of the paved area. And the proposed use is reasonable, it meets the intent of the ordinance, the applicant merely needs to show it's a reasonable one. And I think that concludes the variance criteria we're presenting on our 5th and final application for this evening.
Do you know what the dimensions of that paved area are,
You do.
and how long it's been there?
Don't believe we know how long it's been.
Oh,
Do you know
it's
the
got a
dimension?
scale.
He's got it.
I believe that was done when, I think Mike and I might have had a conversation about this, but it was when Route 9 was being redone.
Oh, so about
DOT,
5 years ago, give or take?
DOT did that. I
Oh,
think
they
it
put the
was-
pad, they put that pad down
Yeah,
with to store some of their construction equipment?
yeah.
It's 150 feet by roughly 50 feet at its widest point, and then it kind of necks down to the west.
So how far does the pad itself encroach? The whole thing?
Pretty much, not entirely, but there's about maybe 8 feet of the pad that is beyond the setback.
So
And
8
then
feet,
yeah.
8 feet of the pad is okay, all right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other 42 feet is.
All right, that's helpful, thank you. How long has Habitat been using that space? Do you know?
They asked, Cody Gordon, G2, not a year. This fall, maybe, I
Okay.
think they did 1 or 2 sales there. The president asked, we talked about it, and I was like, yeah, hey, sure, type of a thing.
Right.
That was that.
Would there be any issue with conditioning any approval on only them using it?
That's all I plan. I'm only doing this variance, so to speak, for them.
Right, I get
That's
that.
all.
It's pretty clear why you're doing this, and I admire that, so.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to figure out a way to make it work.
That would be a yes, that you would agree to
Yeah.
condition it.
Attorney
That
Taylor.
would,
Yeah, I
Be-
think
yes.
you can only do a variance related to conditions of the land. You can't do
You
it
can't do it to the
related
people.
to the ownership or the,
Use, the
Yeah.
person using it.
yeah. Sorry about that.
That's what I was afraid of.
Yeah.
That's all I plan. I wasn't planning on
No, I know.
letting them use the land or anybody, right? They came to me. Basically, it's it's a good cause, so I say, hey, let them do it, you know, I mean, that's all. If it wasn't them, I wouldn't be doing it at all, you know, so it's not like if they move out, then somebody else is moving in. That's all.
Attorney Taylor.
Could I ask a question? You have a statement in the intro, as storage for building materials or structures would be accessory to the agricultural retail store. How?
Because the proposed uses for Habitat is to sell the building materials that are stored there, so they have sales on some kind of regular basis. That's what he was talking about, the resale stores and the most successful chapters of the nonprofit have this element because it fits with their model, because they get these donations, they can use some of it, and then they have this surplus, and if they can sell it, they can make money. So with an agricultural retail store, which is gonna have different supplies, it fits nicely into that, so.
Oh, my question is, I'm familiar with the restores, and my experience with them is that they've usually, when they sell, whatever has been donated to them, it's not usually new products. So I guess I was curious as to whether or not this agricultural retail store was going to be also selling used items and not just new.
No. We in the store itself, we would just be selling basically new product there, right? They sell used and new old stock, right? So that's some of both, I guess.
It's a good way to describe it, the
Yeah.
new old stock.
New old
It's,
stock.
but it's my understanding, it's not all used.
Right.
But I think, and I think, just to be clear, there's, to not pigeonhole, I mean, there may be no intent to sell used products, but it is, it has some interesting elements to it with hardscape, there may be some opportunities. So I think it would be more accurate to say you don't foresee selling used products at the present time, but you don't know what will happen in the future, other than the Habitat material.
Yeah, let's say, used, okay, asphalt, right, you grind asphalt off the road, I sell asphalt regrinds in one of the bins. Is that new or is that used?
Okay.
Right?
Can I ask?
Oh, sure.
I think that's good.
Mr. Hagan, are these structures, these boxes, however you want to define them, do they need to be accessory to something else, or can they be standalone uses?
The way that they're proposing use and asking for the variance, it would be, my understanding, again, with the application is that it's accessory to the store use. It's just another entity selling stuff, used products. As far as, I hope that answers your question on, no? Okay.
No. I'm asking as far as the zoning ordinance is concerned.
When it was presented, it was an accessory storage structure for the products. The mention of selling retail items from that box is new tonight to me. That they were storing it, selling it online, that's perfectly fine. They can, get wherever they're storing it here, but the information that's been presented is different than what was presented to me originally. Again, we just approved, if it was, I'd have to relook at it. I couldn't answer you right off the bat here.
Yeah, I guess what I'm getting at is if you have Lot A with no structures, it's just open land, and you put a couple of my boxes on it, is that permitted under the zoning ordinance, or do they have to be accessory to something?
In other
So-
words, they have to be incidental to another primary use.
It all depends on what you're using them for and how you're using them. Again, and as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, we are looking to clarify that because the only place that the ordinance mentions, motor vehicle storage or storage trailers or that anticipate these types of uses is in, sorry, it's 8, I'll give you the page number as soon as I get back up to the section. So it's under 8.4, accessory structures,
8.4?
8.4. Let me just give you the page number, because it's going to be a lot easier for you to track that.
8-22.
It's actually going to be 8-25. It's further down in it. It's under I. And again, this is the only area where it actually mentions the use of storage or storage trailers in our ordinance. And we are working as a department to come up with and identify these uses and where they fit into our ordinance, or if they don't fit in the ordinance and are not permitted. We think we found a way to, because they are so popular and they're used in a lot of different places, we have to identify them somehow. It's not like they're just going to go away. They're going to continue to be a new use and a major use. They're affordable. They're identified in the building code now in the 2021s, which we haven't adopted yet, as structures that can be used and how to evaluate them for permanent use buildings. Certainly the uniqueness of Connex containers, but as far as the storage containers here, storage containers can be used as an accessory use to this main use. As you've heard testimony tonight, they're looking to use it as a separate use. And again, I think the variance still covers that separate use to the under the variance that they asked for.
So in the code, are you looking at this under subsection I1C?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep, it's going to be down to C, I1C.
So it says the use of trailers and/or vehicles, either registered or unregistered, for the storage or warehousing of goods or materials is not a permitted accessory use and is prohibited in all zones. And it shall not prohibited registered trailers, et cetera. So this, if ambiguous as heck.
That's why it's needed to have a policy, and we're working diligently to try and get that out. But we want to get the wording right, so we're not backtracking or changing it. We hope to have something out soon, because we're finding it. We want to have a clear and consistent path for everybody for these. If we are going to permit them, right? So if you're going to have this structure, it's considered a structure, a mobile storage structure on a piece of property, you have to go through the same requirements. So if it's a commercial property, depending upon the size of these structures, you would have to go through site plan review and get approval for them, get a building permit, because they're not a temporary structure, they're a permanent structure, and should meet all the requirements that come with a permanent structure. So you see how it kind of morphs into a bigger discussion, and we want to make sure we touch on all the points. For tonight's application, the way it was proposed is a storage structure. Again, as mentioned before, there is no policy at this time. So it's anticipated that we would treat these as a structure, and they would need to go through the permit process.
So how far are they within the setback?
I think they're,
I don't think I saw that, or I don't remember seeing that.
I think they're 40 feet from, so inside, they're within 10, right?
They're within 10 from the outer limits of the setback?
Is that, yeah.
So in other words, if you move these structures 11 feet back,
Yeah,
this wouldn't be an issue?
Right.
Is that right?
yeah.
Okay.
And you only have 8 feet of pavement.
And you need the pavement?
And I mean, if you want to keep them on there.
There's only 8 feet of pavement.
That's what I mean, but do you need the pavement to keep, to store these on?
Set them on?
Yeah,
I mean, no, but it's just sweeter.
well, I get that, yeah. Probably drier, too.
Yes.
Yes.
On a slightly different topic. I drove by there the other day, and I know it's represented in the application that they're, you know, not that visible and all that, and they were pretty stark. You know, you could, they were closer to the road than I thought they would be, which is, I guess, why we're here, because they're in the setback. But they also didn't seem to be, they seemed to be very visible. And I got confused then when I read the application.
They're being relocated.
Oh,
The proposal is to relocate them.
and
Where they're sitting now is up proud of where we're actually putting them. Where we would be putting them is out and around the corner.
so now I'm really confused.
Oh, boy.
So,
And it's too late for confusion.
Right.
yeah, so the application before us is for where they are or where they're gonna be?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Bless you.
Right. So where they're going, it's not why we're here, it's because of this property, not the road, as she said. That's why we're here, because they're about ready to put the road.
Wouldn't this I-1C make it prohibited in any district, no matter what, regardless of the setback?
Well, the question is, are they trailers?
Oh,
I don't think I.
storage containers, I don't know. And that's the whole debate.
Right.
Hmm.
So they're not on pavement right now.
That's what this says. Or vehicles. Hmm.
Oh, yes, so much. I've got the artistic ability of a 3-year-old. I still like to do it all.
Do any members have any other questions of the applicants before we move on? Okay. Mr. Clough, are they all set? I have to ask, I'm sorry, but anybody from the public have any comment, one way or another? Seeing none, move right along. Last chance for questions. I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, it's closed. So, the problem with this application, it's for a good cause. You read the application, you know immediately that Mr. Gordon's not doing this to benefit himself. He's trying to help another group out, and he was trying to do it is an admirable thing. But the other problem is the damn zoning ordinance. This application does not meet these criteria, in my view. It simply doesn't. I can go through every one of them. It's not contrary to the public interest. It's probably not going to alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The justice that it does do is it helps a nonprofit that helps people who are in need. It's not going to affect the surrounding areas, but like the other application, when you come to unnecessary hardship, it hits the rocks. And if they move it back 8 feet, the problem goes away, at least for the time being, until we can figure out what, I lost it, Article 8 somewhere. That was page 25 or something?
825.
Page 825.
Bottom right.
Yep, I got it. the use of trailers and/or vehicles, whether registered or unregistered, for the storage or warehousing of goods or materials is not a permitted accessory use and is prohibited in all zones. I'm not sure if these containers can be considered vehicles, or even trailers, but they certainly are warehousing goods or materials in a container-like object. So I'm not sure the setback is even the issue here. I don't know if anybody wants to elaborate on that. Attorney-
Well, am I allowed to ask another question,
Sure.
Mr. Hagan?
Yes.
Going back to my original question, would a storage container be allowed if it was not an accessory use?
Yes. So if it was a permanent structure and permitted as a permanent structure, you can, as part of your business or an accessory use to your business, yes, you can permit this, this connex to be a structure on that location used accessory to the main business, as a building. And that's where we need to redefine the use of it, because the code now addresses these types of structures to be used. And again, we're kind of mixing building and zoning here. But as far as the zoning goes, if you consider it a structure, it can be used as an accessory structure, and
Like a shed?
certainly can,
Okay.
yes. But it has to meet the code I mean, it will have to go through the permitting process.
Yeah, sure.
May I ask a question of the applicant?
We'll open the public meeting up so Attorney Taylor can ask the applicant a question.
As some of you, I'm sure, know, if we are to vote on this application and deny it, you wouldn't be able to bring it back. So my question to you, without consultation with the chair, which I probably should have done, but
That's
anyway.
okay, I know where you're going.
Is whether or not you would be willing to withdraw the application without prejudice and potentially find a location for these storage trailers that isn't within the setback. And we can then concern ourselves with code enforcement to see if they could be permitted as structures.
Agree with that?
Yeah, so
I mean, let's just consult with them.
Yeah.
You guys want to take 5 minutes?
I don't even think we need that.
Okay.
2 or 3.
You have all you need. Here's the, that makes, I'm glad you did that. Here's the good news.
Great, okay. We're ready, Mr. Chairman, when you are. We're ready when you are, Mr. Chairman.
You've been.
Okay, thank you. After consultation with my client, we've decided to withdraw the application for the setback variance. That's in front
Without
of you this
prejudice.
evening. Without prejudice, yes, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. So just for the record, and I don't think we need a motion on that, because 2024-10 is withdrawn by the applicant without prejudice to her right to bring it forward if she so chooses. Does that sound okay?
That sounds great, thank you.
Okay.
It's 10 o'clock.
What do you want to do, folks?
We're all set with.
Yeah, you folks are all set.
We're all set, yeah. Okay.
thank you.
Thank you.
I want to put this to the members. We have a rule that says we don't open up any new cases after 10 o'clock. It is 10:04. We've had some people sitting here, am I wrong, since what time? as long as we've been sitting here. 6:30, thank you. I would be inclined to hear 2024-11, just because I don't want these people to have to come back. And Vice Chair Taylor agrees with me, so, gentlemen, do you mind? Okay, we got a nod to do the thing.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry it took so long. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Chair, well, John sets up, would you like me to go over some of the history?
Yes, please.
Okay. Do you want to go over what we're looking at tonight first?
This is,
The actual
oh, yeah, I'll read it in.
meeting notice.
2024-11. Let me just find it in the packet. I got everything tagged here. All right. Petitioner John Noonan of Fieldstone Land Consultants, 206 Elm Street, Milford, requests a variance for property located at 510 Washington Street, tax map 532-003-000, is in the Commerce District and is owned by OM 510 Washington Street LLC, 5 Patriot Lane, Wilbraham, Mass. The petitioner requests a variance to permit the rear setback of 19.1 feet, where 50 feet is required per Article 5.1.2 of the zoning regulations. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This one has a kind of a lengthy history of variances and special exceptions as well, so I'm going to try and go through it in a orderly fashion. 510 Washington Street, zoned commerce. It's located on .744 acres. It currently has retail store, vehicle fueling station, and a laundromat. Total building area is 2,172 square feet. The history goes back in our file to 1975 with a special exception that was granted on March 11th, 1975. In 1977, there was another special exception granted under Z.B.A. 7720 for miniature golf business. It already had the laundromat and an ice cream shop in that location. In 2010, there was these two variances. I couldn't get the details on them, but in 2010, there was a variance and approved under ZBA 1030. And then under 2011, there was a variance on March 7th of 2011, approved under ZBA 1114. And then fifth variance was granted on July 6th of 2015, approved for electronically activated signs. And that was ZBA 1509.
But you couldn't tell what the first two of those variances were?
2010, 2011, I was unable to pull the file prior to the meeting. Apologize.
Yes.
So at some stage, the fuel was added?
The fuel station was added, and again, I imagine it had something to do with that 2010, 2011 variance time. They're about 6 months apart. Maybe something to do with the station first and then the sign itself. I'm not 100% sure, so I'm really talking off the cuff, and I don't want to do that in a public hearing.
But is
so.
that a permitted use in that zone?
Okay, so things have changed a little bit here now. Again, we're under the new ordinance. Yes, a vehicle fueling station is allowed in the commerce zone. A little history on the variance application that you're going through here. This is part of the new the land development code changes. This was one of those added requirements going from 50 feet in the rear. It used to be an additional 10 feet to any residential, but it was increased under this new land development code.
When you say additional 10 feet, what do you mean?
So if you go to the section in Commerce, which is on page 5, where's that page at? 5.2. So it's going to be under, it doesn't give me a page number, just 5.2. But under the dimensional requirements, the rear setback, it says minimum rear setback abutting residential districts is 50 feet. The way the ordinance used to read, again, before the adoption of this one, is it was actually in another section. That's why they pulled it into this, so you wouldn't have to go looking for it. But it was, if a commercial property abutted a residential property, it was an additional 10 foot. And that used to be in the same section as the, identifying corner lots and setback requirements.
Thank you.
No problem.
All set? Any other questions from you folks? No? Sir,
Thank you. Good evening. John Noonan from Fieldstone Land Consultants.
thank you for your patience, by the way.
I want to thank you as a board for voting to hear my case tonight. I know it is getting late. I'll try to make it short and sweet. So as Mike's mentioned, this is 510 Washington Street. I'm just going to give a quick overview of the property, and then I'll go into the criteria for the variance. So we're seeking a variance for encroaching the rear setback. As Mike had mentioned, the setback was 20 feet, but because it abuts a residential, it's 50 feet. The rear property here is owned by the Towsley Trust. It's an unconventional residential, so it's actually on the tax card as being apartment commercial. So it's apartment dash commercial. So we're looking at it and hoping to explain to the board is it's not a typical residential single-family home. There's 14 units on that property, and it is per the tax card, a residential commercial type. So we're looking for the closest corner of the proposed building being 19.1 feet from the back rear lot. Of course, the lot isn't exactly square, so the other corner of the building is a little bit further than 19.1 and meets the 20-foot just by a hair. So it's about 20 feet at the northwest corner, but our closest corner proposed is 19.1 feet. So we're encroaching, based on the 50-foot setback, 31.4 feet on the rear. The use, it's an existing use, convenience store. So this is the Dinkbe's gas station. I saw the photo was up before. They're looking to expand at another station for filling, which would add potentially 2 to 4. So if they do 2 gas stations, 1 on each side, 2 stations for filling, and potentially 2 diesel, 1 on each side. So potentially of going from 4 filling stations to 8, but really you have 3 where cars would park. So, people have seen the combination where you can choose between diesel and gas on 2 of them. They're looking to raise or demolish the existing building, build a completely new building with 2 units. So currently there's the convenience store and laundromat are combined into 1 unit in the existing building. It's pretty small, so they've never been able to do a food option or restrooms for customers. The laundromat is also very small. So they're looking to separate those uses, have a larger convenience store, potentially with a hot and cold food option instead of just packaged goods. And then also have more parking. So we've increased parking by putting it along this side here. And then more or less separating, so we have 6 parking spaces on the southern portion, those being dedicated more towards the employees. So separating where clientele are coming in versus employees. Whereas currently employees park in front of the building. So overall, the site is 79.6% impervious. We have a slight reduction of 5.5%, so we end up 74.1% impervious. So it's a very slight reduction. And this is served by municipal water sewer. There is utilities that cross, and also crossing agreements currently in the deed for allowing to that multi-use, multi-tenant residential to the rear. Those would remain. We are calling them out in the plan, so when it goes to planning board, we either formalize those easements of where they are or keep it as kind of a blanket easement. So in a nutshell, that's the property. I think a lot of people are familiar with where it is on Washington Street. It serves very well that end of town because there's no other gas station options on that side, and it serves Route 9 traffic for an area to fill up with gas. So that is the property overall. Do you have questions on that? If not, I'll move to criteria.
Hold on that for 1 second there. The dumpster construction, the dumpster enclosure,
Yes, so.
that's well within the setback, right?
Yeah, so currently that is where the existing dumpsters reside, and they're not enclosed. I believe they've always, at least talking with the former owner, they've always been in that location. So as part of our, if we go to site plan review, we know that they're gonna want an enclosure, so we propose keeping it in the same location and putting an enclosure around the dumpster that's there.
But I guess my concern here is that I can't really see where the setback line is on this plan.
Okay,
I see the snow storage line.
so I've highlighted on our plan, I know it's kind of far and I could bring it up
Yeah, I was
closer.
gonna say, I'll steal a line from Attorney Taylor. I don't have my binoculars.
Yeah, perfect. I'll bring it right up.
Oh, thanks.
So highlighted here, so where you can see, this orange outline is the property lines.
Right.
These pink outlines are the building setback line. So this is a
Oh.
rear 50-foot setback. that
Oh,
we're-
okay.
Our building is encroaching at 19.1 feet. The existing dumpster sits exactly where we're showing this proposed dumpster with enclosure. So we're thinking either a fence, it doesn't have to be a formal enclosure, but we could do a fence, but typically when it goes before planning board, they're gonna require an enclosure, so we had shown one as part of our proposed plan. And then the zoning, while I have it right here too, is outlined in yellow, so another special feature of the property here is that this is almost an island of commerce zoning right here, where this is low-density residential. So that's what drives that 50-foot instead of 20-foot setback. 20 feet would be basically, this corner meets the 20 feet, this is 19.1 on the building.
And so you're not factoring in that dumpster enclosure right now, are you? Because that's
We are not.
pre-existing?
There's no enclosure, but that's existing dumpsters, yes.
Okay, but the
They're
enclosure,
not enclosed.
all right.
So I think if that was to require a variance, we'd either go forward when we do a planning board, or look at maybe an alternative for screening such as landscaping, to screen instead of a structure.
Okay. Yes.
On the, I guess it's the current plan, it shows, if I'm reading it correctly, like a gravel road around the building? I've never driven behind it.
Yes, yes, on the existing conditions of that here. This is the existing building here. There's pavement out here to the back of the building, and then it juts out towards the Towsley Trust property here, and this is paved. So this smaller dash line here out to the dump, this is all gravel that comes in, and then there's a gravel pathway driveway that comes back to the Towsley Trust property.
So that gravel pathway, the gravel road that exists now,
Yes.
does it have a use? I assume it's going away.
It's going away, yeah, so we're expanding the building out in that area, and that would be a grass area now. So in our proposed, our pavement would end here, and this behind the building and along that's currently gravel would be grass.
Okay, thank you.
thanks. I know where the setback line is now.
A lot of lines in the plans up and hard
Yeah.
to differentiate. Were there any further questions on the layout, or should I move through criteria?
Any question from you gentlemen on the layout? No, go ahead and go through the criteria,
Okay.
thanks.
So number one, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. So granting the proposed variance for a reduced rear setback would not be contrary to the public interest. The Commerce District is intended to provide an area for intense commercial development that is predominantly accessed by vehicles. The subject parcel is a standalone property for this district in this area. The residential abutters to the rear are atypical. One property, lot 519-037, is an undeveloped woodlot with no frontage on any public way and is listed as Land Use Code 700 Forest White Pine in the assessing records. So that's this area right here. It's owned by the Fox Trail Farm LLC. The other rear abutter, lot 531-045, is a multifamily commercial development with 14 cottage-style apartments. The assessing record describes this property as Land Use Code 108 Apartments-Commercial. The general public purpose of the ordinance is to separate the commercial use from residential uses. The rear abutters are not a typical residential use. They're more commercial. For these reasons, and because the proposed variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, threaten public health, safety, or welfare, or otherwise injure public rights, we believe granting the proposed variance would not be contrary to the public interest. Criteria number two. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. Granting the proposed variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance because it would allow this commercial property to be redeveloped. Intense commercial development is the purpose of the Commerce District. The spirit of the ordinance is to separate commercial uses from residential uses. While the abutting properties to the rear of the subject parcel are zoned as residential low density, in practice, these properties are not in keeping with the typical residential uses. As outlined above, one of the parcels to the rear is a woodlot and the other parcel is a 14-unit multifamily development. For these reasons, and because the proposed variance would not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, threaten public health, safety, or welfare, or otherwise injure public rights, we believe granting the proposed variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. Criteria number three, granting the variance would do substantial justice. Granting the proposed variance for a reduced rear setback would do substantial justice because the redevelopment of this property would benefit the applicant and the general public by replacing the aging structure and layout with a modern facility that complies with current standards and regulations. Granting the proposed variance would allow for the redevelopment of this property, the expansion of the convenience store which serves many neighborhood residents, and additional gas pumps. The public would realize no appreciable gain from denying the variance. Criteria number four, if the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. The proposed variance allows for the existing use to continue in a new expanded facility. There is no evidence that a reduction to the rear setback would diminish surrounding property values. It has been our experience that new development and investment in communities will often result in positive impacts to property values. We would foresee that with this same renovation and redevelopment of the property. Criteria number five, unnecessary hardship. Number A, subpart A. Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because no fair or substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property. The subject property has special conditions which distinguish it from other properties in the area. As previously stated, subject property is the only property amongst its immediate neighbors that is in the Commerce District. This property has the only vehicle fueling station in this part of the city and the only fueling station available when traversing Route 9 from the east. This property serves as an important function for the immediate neighborhood and for travelers from outside the neighborhood, both with the store and the gas station. The property is in need of modernization and expansion to keep up with the demand for the services in this area. The general purpose for the ordinance is to prevent the proximity of unlike uses from being detrimental to property owners. The specific application of the rear setback requirement on this property to further separate an existing use in an altered footprint does not align with the general public purpose of the ordinance. Because of the special conditions of this property, the zoning restriction as applied to this property does not serve its purpose in a fair or substantial way. Subpart II. The proposed use is a reasonable one because the proposed use is a reasonable one because it will replace an existing aging facility with a new facility that complies with modern standards. The special conditions of the property as set forth above distinguish this property from other properties in the area and prevent the property from being developed in strict conformance with the ordinance. A variance is therefore necessary to enable reasonable use of it because the zoning of the property and its lack of proximity to other properties in its zoning district limit the developmental potential of this property in strict conformance with the ordinance. The variance for reduced rear setback is reasonable because it meets the spirit of the ordinance, will not diminish surrounding property values, and it will do substantial justice to the property owner and the general public.
Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, the 14 cottage units on the parcel behind this,
Yes.
where is their road access?
So currently, they have a blanket easement that calls out that it's 20 feet wide at the southern portion of the property. It comes off Washington Street, comes on this angle along the southern portion, crosses the pavement, and then where that gravel comes across the back, they travel through here. So on the plan, we're showing a proposed crossing easement that's in the center line, based on the center line of the drive aisle.
Okay, so that's a vehicular easement. I didn't know. if it
Yes, it's
was-
vehicular use. In talking with the abutter, so with Toby Towsley, if we go forward with site plan following this variance, we would either do it as a blanket easement, or as we've called out, it could be called out with bearing and distances for that easement, but that easement would remain to allow them to access through the property.
Thank you.
That is not a public way then?
No. No, it's a blanket easement on this, that they're allowed to travel this southern route to get to the property.
Right now, can't you go around the existing building and exit the convenience store parking lot from that way onto the private right-of-way and onto Washington Street?
Correct. It's a gravel,
Right.
a gravel path behind there to access this out. So, yeah, patrons currently can drive behind. There's more space behind the existing building. And also people exiting this could loop through there.
Right.
That would go away with our proposed plan, as it stands right now. yes.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? I don't see any public here, so I'm not going to ask.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, Corinne was able to find one was a variance, the 2010 one was a variance. It was voted approved 5-0. It was to allow for a 15-foot setback, parking setback where 30 was required. And the 2011 was an appeal of administrative decision, which the administrative decision was upheld 3-2.
And what was the year of that?
The first one was 2010,
No, the appeal of the administrative decision.
2011. So that was at March.
So there was a 2010 setback variance as well.
Correct.
Do you know which side of the building it was on?
I do not. It was just parking. It wouldn't, and I looked it up before because I thought you would ask. The new land development code actually allows for a lesser setback than what's required in here, or what was required when the variance was given. So under page 9.9, table 9-2, setback and travel setback distances are less than what was required at the time that this variance was given.
You said 99-2?
Yeah, no, page 99, and then under section, yeah, under table 9-2. You'll see
Yeah, I see the table.
the angles and then the table on the left there.
Yep.
So under this, it would be less than 30,000 square feet, so the side setback would be 8. Even if it was the 30,000 to 2-acre parking lot area, it would still only be 10,
Okay.
so there was a minor reduction.
All right. Attorney Taylor?
Yeah, just because we like to try and phrase these as to what the incursion into the setback is. So am I roughly correct that this is hoping to be I wrote it down and I'm, sorry guys, I'm going crazy here. 21 feet into the setback, is that correct?
31.4 feet into the setback.
Thir-
31.4 feet into the setback because it's a 50-foot setback
Okay,
and
right.
we're 19.1 feet from our proposed building to the rear property line.
So when we get around to making a motion, I'd like to suggest that we make it so that be not more than 31.4 feet into the setback. But someone can correct me at this stage.
I'm getting 50.5 feet on that, though.
Right, that's what I'm looking at now as that 31.4 feet is up at this portion. 30.9. It should be 30.9 would be the largest, because up here, it meets, 20 feet. Down here, it's 19.1. So it'd be 31.9.
Okay.
30.9, I'm sorry, yes, 30.9.
That's the deepest incursion into the
That's
setback.
the deepest encroachment, yes.
Perfect, all right. So if there are no other questions, we'll close the public hearing and start our deliberations before we all fall asleep. Seems to me that we have a lot of unusual, not just shape properties, but this is a small lot. And we have one lot behind it on the side that we're talking about that's, would landlocked be the right way to phrase that?
It is landlocked.
Yep. And the other is, well, you call it atypical, that makes sense. I don't think it's contrary to the public interest. Attorney Taylor.
Yeah, I think in some ways it would be in the public interest, because if you're eliminating that gravel road that goes around the back, it's going to, in my mind at least, provide a more safe environment if you turn that area into grass. Whether it be safety for the abutters or safety for people who are using the business, especially at night.
Eliminating that gravel drive also would create more of a buffer for noise from the street and the business, you're right, yep. If we look at the purpose of the zoning, this is a commercial district. It is to allow for commercial development, and you have a property surrounded by, I think you said, residential and, I can't remember now. Low density. Makes it difficult to allow this property to achieve the purpose of the commerce zone. That may be a special condition more than anything else, but it seems to me that that also supports the spirit of the ordinance in terms of what the owner's trying to do. And I don't see any gain to the public that is, no gain to the public that outweighs the harm to the owner if this is denied. Because that would prevent the redevelopment that he's proposing. I agree with the applicant. I don't see any prospect for surrounding property values to be diminished in light of what's proposed. What is proposed would probably improve the neighborhood and improve the services that this place will offer in the future. Because it is, I've been in there for gas, it's crowded. There, in my view here, there are no shortages of special conditions. The zoning placement, the placement of this property in connection with the zoning boundaries, I think, illustrates my point. The low-density zone is to the, I'm not sure what direction that is, north? North, sort of?
Northwest and south.
Yeah. And it abuts one landlocked property that, I'm not sure what to say about that. But forcing these people into a 50-foot setback when everybody else around them enjoys 20, and given the width of the property, you really can't develop it. And that's, I guess, why the property is so small, or the building is so small now when I look at the current development map. So I don't know if anybody has any comments about, I sort of went through, just bounced through all five, Mr. Clark.
I agree, and the 50-foot setback really does jump out when you sit there and it's like a quarter of the property
Right.
to 30%. I don't know how they'd be able to do anything with it.
I don't know how they'd be able to put an outhouse out there. Anybody have any other comments before we set the matter up for a motion? Somebody want to make a motion?
Sure, I'll try it.
Fire away.
I I move that we approve ZBA 2024-11, a variance for property located at 510 Washington Street, tax map 532-003-000 in the Commerce District, requesting a variance to permit the rear setback of 19.1 feet where 50 feet is required per Article 5.2 or 5.1.2 of the zoning regulations. And we wanted to make sure that it was, that the building encroached no more than 30.1.
0.9.
30.9.
30.9.
Excuse me, 30.9 feet.
So the motion means that the incursion will be no greater than 30.9 feet.
Correct.
Okay. Attorney Taylor, second that. We'll go through the criteria. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. All those in favor? Unanimous. If the variance were granted, the spirit of the ordinance would be observed. Unanimous. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. All those in favor? Unanimous. Granting, if the variance were granted, the values of the surrounding properties would not be diminished. All those in favor? Unanimous. Owing to the special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area, denial of the variance would result in unnecessary hardship because no fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and its specific application of that provision to the property. All those in favor? Unanimous again. On the main motion, all those in favor of approving 2024-11? That's unanimous.
Thank you
It
very
may be-
much, and thank you again for staying late and hearing the
It may
case
be too
tonight.
late now, but do you object to a four-member board?
I do not. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Does anybody object?
I know, even though we're on the meeting, again, there's been talk of maybe, putting together, we can look at dates and maybe coordinate, we were talking about doing the end of May, but, the agenda is not in, for this room. So maybe, the end of June, if you guys are up for it, to do an overview of the zone.
Is it part of the meeting, or?
No, it would be a separate meeting.
Okay.
I don't
It'd be a workshop.
Yeah, it would be a workshop because.
It would still be recorded and still be part of the, we still have to notice it because you're gathering together in your
Right,
member,
we're in a quorum present, right?
right.
Does that mean pizza, we get pizza and beer? No?
I'm good with that.
More beer from you.
Thank you again.
You need
Have a
to
good
drink.
in here, but certainly after.
But by the time June comes around, we better hope for air conditioning, right?
You know, right?
Unfortunately, when 4:30 comes, everything is shut down. The system is shut down, so.
I know. Don't they know that meetings happen here? I mean, I know it could come to a shock, but.
I can't imagine where it's like in here with the counselors.
I believe with counselors, they still have, they have the air conditioning